Did you know that Saturday and later evening public transportation service begins this September? For Chariots, this is the largest service expansion in its history. Popular routes like Route 11 on Lancaster and Route 19 in Keizer will run every 30 minutes, generally between 6:30 a.m. and 9 p.m. Chariots invites the public to stop by the Downtown Transit Center on September 7th between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. for a Saturday service kickoff. And it's offering free bus rides every Saturday in September. We're excited to bring you a better Chariots.
At PAR, we're more than just lumber, because we know people want more than just lumber. That's why we sell grills, sealers, stains, wheelbarrows, rags, bags, extension cords, shop lights, saws, blades, ladders, and, oh yeah, Yeti coolers and Yeti thermoses.
New at PAR Lumber, Japanese cedar fencing. Sustainable, rot and decay resistant, only $262 each. Available in flat top and dog-eared.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem. Hang on, baseball fans. Your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes are about to take the field. We'll have all the coverage coming up on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
We all want a brighter smile. Hunsaker Dental can help. We offer 2 options for you to achieve the bright smile you want. With customized take-home trays, you can get the results you want in as little as 2 weeks. Want white teeth even faster? Choose our in-office whitening and get a brighter smile in just 1 visit. Call us today or visit us online at hunsakerdental.com/bright smile to find out more.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twist for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
Hi, I'm Danny Moore, General Manager here at Creekside Golf Club located in South Salem. Summer is in the air. Golf season is underway. Whether you play a lot of golf or a little golf, we have a membership for everybody. And the golfer in the family plays the golf, and the rest of the family gets to use all of our amenities, which are several. Starting with our swimming pool, our state-of-the-art workout facility, our great driving range with free range balls, which features a performance center for club repair and club fitting. And new, we have 2 pickleball courts, a basketball area, and under construction is a bocce ball court. So as you can see, there's a lot for the whole family. And Danny's On the Green restaurant features great food, great service, and great views of the golf course. So as you can see, we have a lot to offer here at Creekside Golf Club. I'd love to have you come on out and let me show you around, or visit our website at golfcreekside.com. Come on out and see me.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
August is here and you look around your yard, you have just 1 or 2 more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
It's time for your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball Bullpen Show, presented by PT Northwest, Power Kia, McDonald's, and Les Schwab Tires. Now for a look at the stats from tonight's matchup. Here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And a good evening, everybody, here from PK Park here in Eugene, Oregon. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes coming off a win in the first game of the 4-game series, looking at get another win to beat the Emeralds, get a edge in the series, and to, at best, take an edge over the Eugene Emeralds in the second game of a 4-game road series here at the University of Oregon campus. Currently at around 78 degrees, partly cloudy. My name is Payne Patchett. You were listening to Salem-Keizer Volcanoes baseball. Last night was a huge season-defining game for Eugene against the Volcanoes, but it started off, looked like it was going to go towards the Volcanoes' way, although it did end in a nail-biter. We start off in the top of the first inning. The Eugene Emeralds starting pitcher, Giovanni Cruz, not that pretty good in his first start of the 4-game series. His second start against the Volcanoes, after making Yorlis Rodriguez fly out to center on a 2-0 count, he threw 11 straight balls against 4 different players. He walked Jeff Hoppe on 4 pitches. He walked Armani Smith, the center fielder for Salem-Keizer, on 4 pitches. And against the cleanup hitter, Jairo Pomares, he hit him in the leg with a fastball 96 miles an hour. So it was the bases loaded with nobody out. Carter Aldretti would be walked on 5 pitches, although he would throw his first strike that hit the glove of the catcher, Jonathan Soto. Aldretti would still be walked. Tyler Flores shortly right after him getting a sacrifice fly. And Harrison Freed, after all this, gets the first hit for the Volcanoes on an RBI single into the gap in right field. And the Volcanoes take an early 3-0 lead in the top of the second, also against Giovanni Cruz. Tyler Wyatt gets on base on a error by the left fielder Fernando Kelly, although it is questionable whether the ruling was an error, considering that Fernando Kelly ran about 15 yards to his left to try and make the play. The ball got off his glove. The play could have gone either way, but the official score calls it an error on the Tyler Wyatt hit. He goes to third, and about a few batters later, Jairo Pomares with an RBI single of his own and made the score 4-0. This was after Giovanni Cruz was taken out of the game after an inning and a third, allowing 4 runs. But in the bottom of the second, the Emeralds will score their first run on an RBI ground out by Jonathan Soto. That would score Giovanni Cuevas and cut the lead down to 4-1. But the Volcanoes would still have a 4-run lead after they scored 1 run in the top of the fourth on a sacrifice fly by Smith. That scored Wyatt. He had 2 runs on the night, made the score 5-1. But in the bottom of the 5th inning, Eugene made things interesting. With runners on second and first, Edmund American, the Emeralds' number 3 hitter, starting center fielder, hit a 3-run home run off of the roof of the batting cages in right field, roof of the Eugene bullpen and batting cages in right field, and made the score Salem-Keizer 5, Eugene 4. The Volcanoes would score another run in the top of the 9th inning on an RBI double by Carter Aldretti. He had 2 RBIs on the night. That scored Jeff Hoppe for the second time and made it 6-4. Eugene against Dare Bear Boulevard, who was making his first appearance on the mound since he made a couple of appearances down in the Arizona League. The Emeralds gave Boulevard a run for his money after back-to-back leadoff singles for Fernando Kelly and Pedro Martinez. Edmund American was walked on 5 pitches. And now the race was on to see if the Volcanoes could pull away with a win. Bases loaded, nobody out. First, Jake Washer strikes out, the cleanup hitter. That makes it out number 1. Then Grayson Bird, the first baseman, struck out. That made it out number 2. On a full count, Giovanni Cuevas is walked, gives him a bases-loaded walk, and pulls the Emeralds to within 1. But on a 1-2 count, Boulevard will force Luis Vasquez the ground out straight to him. He'll toss it to the first baseman, Carter Aldretti, and the game is over. The final score, Salem-Keizer 6 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and they left 5 runners on, while for the Emeralds, they scored 5 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors. They committed 3 errors, and they left 10 runners on base. Travis Perry, who allowed 4 runs in 5 innings, got his 5th win of the season. Giovanni Cruz getting his 2nd loss at 0-2. And Dare Bear Boulevard getting his 2nd save of the season. As in both saves for Boulevard, they were pretty big season-defining moments. In his first save, that was back on July 21st, the day that the Volcanoes clinched the Northwest League South First Half Championship and a playoff berth. While here in the second save for Boulevard, it eliminated Eugene from playoff contention, which means that the Volcanoes will play against the Hillsboro Hops in Game 1 of the Northwest League South Division Series at Ron Tonkin Field at 7:05. And it has just been revealed that games 2 and 3, if necessary, at Volcano Stadium will be played at 6:35. But for right now, the rest of the regular season, we got a couple of games left at Volcano Stadium on September 1st. It will be a 5:05 start time, while on September 2nd, the final regular season game for the Volcanoes, it'll be a 4:05 start time. That is on September 1st and 2nd, after the Volcanoes finish up this 4-game series here in their final road series against the Eugene Emeralds. Dare Bear Boulevard getting a second save. Travis Perry getting his 5th win. The Volcanoes now with an overall record of 43-28. Eugene down to 31-40. We're going to take a break here from Eugene. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
If you or someone you know is a veteran or currently serving in the military, then listen up. The Mid-Willamette Veteran Stand-Down is happening Tuesday, September 3rd at Chemeketa Community College from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a great opportunity for veterans and those currently serving to learn more about their VA benefits and other programs serving our heroes in the Mid-Willamette Valley. There will be medical and dental services, a resume workshop with job fair, on-site legal support, classes to help you balance your budget, as well as listening session hosted by the VA Portland Healthcare System on the new VA Mission Act program. You don't want to miss this year's Veteran Stand-Down. For more information about the stand-down, or if you want to volunteer, call the Salem Vet Center at 503-362-9911 and ask for Rosie. That's 503-362-9911.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
Join Arcane Cellars in Salem for Blues on the Willamette Labor Day weekend. 3 days of great wine, classic blues, and artisan vendors. Located on the scenic Willamette River, the festival includes a blues concert daily, camping in the vineyard, and food truck service. All concerts from 1 to 4 p.m. daily, with the Bottleneck Blues Band performing Saturday the 31st, King Louie with La Miranda Steele on Sunday, September 1, and Ty Curtis on Monday, September 2. ArcaneCellars.com/events for more info.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back from Eugene. The Volcanoes getting ready to play the second game of a 4-game road series against the recently eliminated Eugene Emeralds. The Volcanoes beat Eugene yesterday, officially eliminating them from playoff contention, which means that there is going to be no repeat Northwest League champion this year after they won the Northwest League championship last season, as many people remember, on a walk-off balk against Spokane here at PK Park. So the standings are relevant as they are now in terms of the playoffs, but when it comes to the second half division title, that's still up in the air, especially considering if you're still having the Volcanoes in the situation as well with Hillsboro. Hillsboro with a 20-12 record, or my mistake, with a 20-13 record. The Volcanoes are 3 games back with 5 games left, so they have a shot. They have a shot. It's not a good shot, but they have a shot at getting that second half Northwest League South Division title at 17-16. Eugene and Boise, they're both eliminated. Eugene 15-18, Boise 11-22 for the Northwest League North Division. Funny enough, almost all the teams are still have a possibility of a playoff berth. Spokane with a 20-13 record. Tri-City is the closest team to getting that second playoff spot. They have an 18-13 overall record. The Everett Aquasox still 2 games back of Tri-City with a record of 16-17. Vancouver, they won, and they're still alive here for that second half playoff spot at 15-18. It is very close. Those 3 teams separated by only 3 games with 5 games left in the regular season. It'll be very interesting to see what is going to be going down up in Washington State in the Northwest League North Division and in Canada to see who will play Spokane in the Northwest League North Division playoffs. But for the South Division, it looks like it's all set in stone that the Volcanoes will play against Hillsborough on September 4th. And with the win, the Volcanoes' second half record of 17-16, Eugene with a second half record of 15 wins and 18 losses. Eugene 18-17 at home. Salem-Keizer 17-18 on the road. As the other scores around the Northwest League, as the only team that won, or the only teams that won in the Northwest League North Division, Vancouver beat Tri-City. That kept their chances alive in the Northwest League North Division, while for Spokane, they beat Everett. But at first, it looked like the loss that the Aquasox had was going to be very detrimental to their playoff chances until they found out that Tri-City lost on a walk-off single. So the Everett Aquasox are in the same situation, the same scenario as they're in yesterday, only you just got to cut 1 game out of the equation, and they got 5 games left. Spokane playing against Everett, a very close game. Spokane, you can argue, pulled off a comeback against the Everett Aquasox, with Everett scoring 3 runs in the top of the first inning. Spokane scored a run in the bottom of the first. It was 3-1, Everett over the Indians at the end of 1. In the top of the 4th, they were up by 3 by a score of 4-1 after an RBI single by Utah Jones. But this is when the comeback came into effect. Spokane getting an RBI double that made it 4-2. In the bottom of the 5th, Jonah McReynolds with a solo shot. They're crawling back. Okay, this is getting pretty interesting. The score is now 4-3. Fast forward to the bottom of the 6th inning, sacrifice fly by Christian Ainoa. Now we got a brand new ball game. Game is tied at 4. So what that it was a sacrifice fly for a double play, as the left fielder threw it to the pitcher, who cut off the throw to home plate, who threw it to third to get David Garcia, but the game is tied. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Christian Ainoa back at it again with a 2-run double to complete the comeback. Spokane won by a score of 6-4. For a while, it really affected the Aquasox playoff chances until you saw the other game at Nat Bailey Stadium, Tri-City against Vancouver. Really, all that did was add Vancouver more into the scenario, as Vancouver, for the first 4 innings, led by a score of 1-0. McGregory Contreras had a home run. Tri-City, they got the lead in the top of the 5th. They scored 2, but Vancouver quickly tied it. Then Tri-City scored a run in the 6th and 2 in the 7th inning, made the score 5-2. But this was when Vancouver kind of started their own little comeback as well. They were trailing 5-2. Vancouver tied the game up at 5 with 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Tri-City then scored 2 runs in the 8th, made it 7-5. Vancouver scored 1 in the 8th to make it 7-6. And then they scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning to win 8-7. Jesus Lopez with the game-tying single. Ryan Sloniger with the walk-off single to right field. That won the game for Vancouver against Tri-City, as they now have an overall record of 30 wins and 41 losses. Again, the standings in the Northwest League North Division, Tri-City, they are the closest team to get in that second half playoff spot, but they're 2 games ahead of Everett, 3 games ahead of Vancouver, who's in last place for a shot at the playoffs. So if Vancouver keeps winning, and if the Aquasox get a couple of games against Spokane, and as well as the upcoming series as well, because the Northwest League North Division is not like the South, where they're going to play the same team for the rest of the season. And that's going to be very huge down the road when you're looking at the playoff chances for the Dust Devils, Aquasox, and the Canadians. But then again, all we can do is wait and see how everything goes down. We're going to take a break here from Eugene and PK Park. The Volcanoes and Emeralds getting ready to play the second game of a 4-game road series before the Volcanoes play the final 2 games at home. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If we could convey one thing about Day Heating Company, we'd like you to know that we will do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to guarantee your satisfaction.
Whatever it takes to ensure your comfort.
Whatever it takes to earn your trust.
With locations in Salem and Corvallis, let us do whatever it takes to meet your heating and cooling needs.
And right now, it is a great time to receive rebates and tax credits.
Call us today, 363-4822. Day Heating. There is a difference.
Hi, I'm Brent DeHart from Newsmakers at Noon. Let me ask you a question. If your current paycheck is the last one you ever earn, is your family okay financially? Or if you have a business, does it even survive? I help people protect their families and their businesses by helping them secure the right life insurance and disability insurance. Let's have a conversation. Call me at 503-378-6633. 378-6633.
Hi, I'm Danny Moore, General Manager here at Creekside Golf Club located in South Salem. Summer is in the air and everybody's thinking about golf. Whether you play a little bit of golf or golf every day, we have a membership level for everybody. And with golf membership, the whole family gets to use all of our amenities, which are several. We just opened the swimming pool for summer. We have a state-of-the-art workout facility. We have a great driving range, which offers free range balls for the whole family. We have a performance center for club fitting and club repair. And new, we have 2 pickleball courts, a basketball area, and under construction is a new bocce ball court. So as you can see, we have something for the whole family. Our restaurant, Danny's on the Green, features great food, great service, and views of the golf course. Great for summer and winter dining. Right now, we're offering a special. If you come on out and play golf and pay a greens fee, you receive a free hat. Visit our website at golfcreekside.com or come see me. I'd love to show you around.
That's not all. When a Boone Ridge senior community resident is telling a friend about all the wonderful amenities at Boone Ridge, it's because the list is endless. Things like open restaurant-style dining with made-to-order meals. How about a bistro and wine bar? A full schedule of planned events and activities. You will truly experience extraordinary at Boone Ridge Senior Community in South Salem. For more information, go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and schedule a tour at Boone Ridge. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary.
Batteries Northwest and their Mid-Valley dealers remind you that summer is tough on car and truck batteries. The extra heat, stop-and-go traffic, and the air conditioner are all factors in causing wear. If your battery is starting to crank a little slower, it's time for a new battery, and you should have your connections checked too. You don't want to be at the beach or in the mountains and lose battery power. Contact Batteries Northwest at 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you, or online at batteriesnorthwest.com. That's batteriesnorthwest.com.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from PK Park in Eugene. The Volcanoes looking to get another win against the Eugene Emeralds after beating them by 1 run yesterday. And currently the temperature staying at around late 70s, 78 degrees, going down to 75. Right now, partly cloudy. Looking from the view of the press box behind home plate here at the University of Oregon campus. Also outside of the stadium, there's a bunch of tents getting ready. It is the University of Oregon tailgate as the Oregon Ducks football team going to be playing against Auburn. Even though it's not here at Autzen Stadium, there's still going to be a tailgate party here on the 31st when the Ducks will play against the Auburn Tigers. Now, the quick overview of the lineup for both teams. Starting off with the visiting Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, 43 wins and 28 losses with a second half record of 17-16, back over 500. And Eugene's starting pitcher will be Josh Bergman, the 21-year-old from British Columbia, Canada. He was drafted out of the University of Washington and is still looking for his first win. He is 0-3 with an ERA of 3.24. He's making his 4th start against the Volcanoes this season. No wins and no losses on all 3 starts. He threw 1 inning in his first game, 2 innings, and 1 hit in his second game. He threw an inning and struck out 2 in his first game. He struck out 2 innings. He struck out 1 hit in 2 innings in his second game. And the most recent start on August 16th, he threw for 3 innings, allowing 1 hit, no runs, no walks, struck out 5 on 30 pitches, with 23 of them being strikes. So a very impressive game to come off of in your last start against a certain team. This team, in this case, is the Volcanoes. The first three hitters for Salem-Keizer, the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. He was the leadoff hitter yesterday and went 0 for 4 with a walk in the fourth and was stranded at third base. Batting second will be the shortstop, Jeff Hopi. He is 1 for 3 with a double in the ninth inning and a pair of runs and a pair of walks in the first couple of innings. Batting third, making his first appearance in the series, will be the starting center fielder, Alex Canario. The last time he was at the plate, last time he started a game was back on August 26th. He was 2 for 5 with a solo home run in the fifth inning, struck out 3 times. He scored the only run for the Volcanoes in the 9-1 loss to Vancouver. Batting cleanup will be the starting right fielder, Jairo Pomares. He started left field yesterday. He went 1 for 4 with an RBI single, got hit by a pitch in the first inning, and scored a run. One of the 3 runs in the first inning. Batting fifth is the starting first baseman, Carter Aldretti, who is 1 for 4 with a RBI double in the ninth inning, was also walked with the bases loaded in the first. Batting sixth will be the left fielder, Harrison Freed. He was playing at right field yesterday. Harrison and Jairo Pomares switching positions. He went 1 for 4 with an RBI single, struck out his last 3 times at the plate. Batting seventh will be the designated hitter in Baker Mendoza. Last time he was up, he went 1 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts in the game on the 26th against Vancouver up in Canada. Batting eighth will be the starting catcher. First time starting behind the plate for the Volcanoes. That is Matt Malkin. He is currently 0 for 7. He is 0 for 4 in his last time up. He is still looking for his first hit in a Volcanoes uniform this season. And batting ninth will be the starting third baseman, Tyler Wyatt, who enters this game getting 6 hits in 17 at-bats, a .353 batting average. Very impressive. He went 1 for 2 with a pair of runs, as he scored 2 of the 6 runs for the Volcanoes in yesterday's game. He went 2 for 4 in the last game against Vancouver. He was amazing in the series up in Canada. Did a really good job his first series with the Volcanoes. He did a pretty good job scoring a couple of runs here yesterday. He'll look to add on to that performance here today in the 9th spot. While for the Eugene Emeralds, the home team, 31 wins, 40 losses, a second half record of 15-18. And the Volcanoes starting pitcher, Jacier Herrera, 3-1 with an ERA of 3.91, coming off his last performance, an amazing performance, throwing 7 innings of 1-run ball against the Vancouver Canadians, 5 hits, struck out 3, walking only 1. He has won his last 2 starts. He has got a decision in all 4 starts that he has been on the mound for the Volcanoes this year. The lineup for the Emeralds, starting off the right fielder, Giovanni Cuevas, who was batting 6th in yesterday's game. He went 0 for 2 with 3 walks, an RBI, and a run. Batting second would be the starting shortstop, Luis Vasquez. He was batting 7th in the lineup, and now he's batting 2nd. And he went 1 for 3 with a single in the second inning. Batting third will be the center fielder, Edmund American. He went 2 for 3 with a double and a 3-run home run in the 5th inning. It was walked in his last 2 times up. Batting cleanup is the starting catcher, Alex Guerra, who will be making his first start in this series. Batting 5th is the first baseman, Grayson Bird. He went 1 for 4. He got hit by a pitch, struck out twice, and hit a double, but was out at third on a force out that was hit by Giovanni Cuevas. Batting 6th will be the designated hitter, Jake Washer. He was the cleanup hitter and went 0 for 5, striking out his last 2 times up. Batting 7th will be the switch hitter, second baseman, Josue Huma, who will be making his first start for Eugene against the Volcanoes in the series. Batting 8th will be Jacob Olson, the left fielder. He'll also be making his first appearance against the Volcanoes in the series. And batting 9th, the starting third baseman, switch hitter Ryan Reynolds, who went 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a groundout, and a pop out to the third baseman, Tyler Wyatt. He was walked in the 5th, scored one of the 3 runs of that Edmund American home run. And that will cap out the lineup for Eugene. We're going to take a break here from PK Park. Again, it's the Volcanoes and the Emeralds in the second game of this 4-game road series for Salem-Keizer, their final road series of the season. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Loop Plus in downtown Salem.
Here's Ray from Fordyce Farm. Hey, what's in season?
We're harvesting a great crop from our milkshake trees. Have you ever had a milkshake and can't tell what flavor it's supposed to be? Not the milkshakes from our trees. Whether they're blueberry, blackberry, strawberry, or mint brownie or coffee, our milkshakes are full of rich flavor, 'cause we just picked them. Fordyce Farm milkshakes, yum!
Fordyce Farm Legal wants to remind you milkshakes don't actually grow on trees.
If you have a plumbing problem, you need Done Right Plumbing and Drain. Aaron Hackney and his crew strive to get the job done right the first time. But before you call, you need to stop by halfpriceoregon.com. You can get a $75 gift certificate on any service for just $19.99. That's right, you can get a $75 gift certificate for only $19.99, but only at halfpriceoregon.com. Get her done right with Done Right Plumbing and Drain. Visit them at donerightplumbingsalem.com.
Johnson Funeral Home in Salem salutes our veterans and thanks them for their years of service for our country. Local owners of Johnson Funeral Home, Miles and Aaron, understand the importance of being responsible service providers. They work with families at a difficult time and make sure that all the details and considerations are properly handled. Keep locally owned Johnson Funeral Home in mind for funerals, cremations, pre-planning, or celebrations of life. For more details, go to johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutoBody.com. Jackson'sAutoBody.com.
Sportsman's Warehouse is the place to go for all your camping, hiking, hunting, and fishing equipment and advice. Sportsman's Warehouse believes strongly in supporting local community events throughout the year. On September 11th, Sportsman's will host the Red Cross for a blood drive. Stop by Sportsman's Warehouse on September 11th. Donate to the Red Cross and help save a life. Sportsman's Warehouse, located on Lancaster Drive next to Winco. It's the Sportsman's Warehouse Red Cross Blood Drive on September 11th.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from PK Park in Eugene. Volcanoes playing against Eugene here. Still on a pretty gorgeous evening on August 29th, 2019. Temperature staying at around mid to late 70s right now, 75 degrees. The theme here today, the Emeralds, with a pretty neat promotion. They have a horror theme night. They have on every very small manhole on the concourse of the stadium, they have a red balloon tied to it, as well as a number of cosplayers going around as a number of horror icons like Pennywise from It and Michael Myers and Jack Skellington walking around, interacting with the fans here to celebrate the horror-themed night, as there will be a number of things going on around as the Volcanoes looking to bring some terror of their own against Eugene here in the second game of this four-game series. And at the start of the game yesterday, that's really what happened. They scored 3 runs in the top of the first, gave Eugene a run for their money as starting pitcher Giovanni Cruz was not able to find the strike zone. Eugene trailing 3-0, then they would trail 4-0 after getting a run in on the second, but a run for Eugene would score, making it 4-1. Salem-Keizer, they increased it to a 5-1 lead, once again leading by 4 runs in the top of the fourth, but Edmund American made things interesting, made Volcanoes fans go on the edge of their seat. On the bottom of the fifth, a 3-run home run that made the score 5-4. The Volcanoes will get an insurance run in the top of the ninth. It turns out that is what they needed, as they would win by a final score of 6-5 as Eugene got a run in on the bottom of the ninth inning. Also, a quick recap of the entire playoff scenario that went down yesterday between this game and the game that was going on over at Ron Tonkin Field, the game between Boise and Hillsboro. So the scenario entering today was that if the Emeralds lose today, if they lose at all, really, and if the Hillsboro Hops win at all, then Eugene would be eliminated from the playoffs. That means that if Eugene won all 6 games and Hillsboro lost all 6 games, then Hillsboro will have a good shot at getting a playoff spot and would be one game ahead of Hillsboro. But clearly that didn't happen, as the game over at Ron Tonkin Field also affected the result that Eugene is not going into the playoffs. The game at Ron Tonkin Field was fairly close. Boise, a team that's not really known for being pretty good on the road, scored first on an RBI single by Nick Motley. Leover Peguero in the bottom of the fourth tied it up with an RBI ground out at 1-1. In the top of the sixth, Boise would run away with this game, scoring 3 runs on a 2-run single by Yorbis Toriyama and an RBI ground out by Robert Metz. Boise wins the game by a score of 4-1. It is their 6th win on the road all season and their 26th win overall. They beat Hillsboro by a score of 4-1. So Hillsboro lost. If Eugene would have came back and won, then we would be in the same scenario right now as we were yesterday, as that Eugene would have to win and Hillsboro would have to lose to keep their playoff hopes alive. But because that Salem-Keizer narrowly beat the Emeralds, Eugene not going to be having a shot at repeat. They're not going to go and have a shot at winning back-to-back championships. They're going to stay with their 2018 Northwest League championship that they won last season. Again, that was a really good ending right there on a walk-off balk against the Spokane Indians here at PK Park. That was a very incredible ending. Quick recap of what happened around the San Francisco Giants organization. Around with yesterday, there was a couple of games that were going on around the Giants AA team. The Richmond Flying Squirrels, they played one game yesterday, and it was very early. They're both 2 7-inning games. The first one was the Richmond 6, Erie 4. They played the Erie Seawolves. They played the second game, and Richmond won that one by a final score of 4-3. They almost shut out Erie. The San Jose Giants, the higher affiliate of the San Francisco Giants, the San Jose Giants played against the Visalia Rawhide. 81 wins on the season, but San Jose gave them their 50th loss. They shut them out 6-0 in this game. Amazing performance right there by the Giants, getting their 63rd win of the season. And the Augusta Green Jackets, the long season A affiliate of the Giants, playing against the Greenville Drive. Augusta scored all 5 of their runs in the first 3 innings. Simon Whiteman scoring on a sacrifice fly in the top of the first. Logan Wyatt getting on base on a fielder's choice that scored Tyler Fitzgerald. And there was an error by the second baseman for Greenville that allowed the run to score. And Jacob Gonzalez with an RBI single, which scored 2 runs. Logan Wyatt and Sean Roby, and a wild pitch scored Franklin Labor. Final score was Augusta 5, Greenville 2. Logan Wyatt 1 for 5 with a run. Tyler Fitzgerald was 3 for 4 with a run. Simon Whiteman didn't get a hit but was walked once and scored. Franklin Labor 2 for 5 with a run. Sean Roby 1 for 5 with a run. Ricardo Genovis also getting a multi-hit day as well. He went 2 for 4 as the only person that really got an extra base hit. It was Tyler Fitzgerald, one of the 3 hits that he had against Augusta. A great job by those guys in helping the Green Jackets win and keep their playoff hopes alive over down in the South Atlantic League, where the Augusta Green Jackets are currently fighting for a berth. We're going to take a break here from PK Park in Eugene. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You'll love the fresh selection of fruits and veggies at Jones Farm Produce this summer. You can save 50% if you stop by halfpriceoregon.com and pick up a $10 gift certificate for just $5. The Jones family grows and sells delicious products direct to the public at their fruit stand on River Road North in Keizer. Visit their ice cream stand too. Get a $10 gift certificate for just $5 only at halfpriceoregon.com.
Are you thinking of adding a deck or fence to your home or office? Put John on your team. He's the owner and manager of John's Decks and Fences and will personally oversee your new deck or fence. He will provide you with different options of design, materials, and colors. He can also show you examples of the projects he's completed locally for happy customers. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so that means big savings for you on the deck or fence that you desire. Call John at 855-946-5393, CCB number 219310.
Let's say you bought your house in the last 10 years. That means your house has been making you some money. So how do you get it? It's really easy. You refinance with Team Canales. Hi, I'm Katie Canales from Team Canales at Landmark Professional Mortgage, your local mortgage experts. Let's talk about why refinancing right now can be your best move. By refinancing your home, you can lower your monthly mortgage payment, have cash to pay for needed upgrades, or do an amazing remodel. You can even pay off those mounting credit card bills. So how do you get started? Well, that's easy too. Start by going to youshouldrefinance.com to apply today. It will take only 5 minutes to finish the application. You might even be done before this commercial break. Again, go to youshouldrefinance.com. Refinancing could be your best move of 2019. Start right now. This is Katie Canales with Team Canales. YouShouldRefinance.com.
License number ML5038, NMLS COID 399162, NMLS ID 270783, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Here's a curious question. Is it possible for an entire state to smile a statewide smile? Absolutely, but only if that state is Oregon. And only when the Oregon State Fair is up and running, which it is, soon, if not now. And you should go, no question.
Seniors get admission to the Oregon State Fair for just $1 every day of the fair. In other words, folks 65 and better get the deal of the summer, all in the name of fun at the Oregon State Fair.
This is Sergeant Mike, and I want to tell you about my friends at Larry's Locksmith. I'm sure you all have entry locks right now that need replacing or need to be rekeyed. Perhaps you've put it off because you didn't know who to call or someone that you could trust. Larry's Locksmith service has earned the trust of thousands of Mid-Valley customers. Rapid response for lockouts of buildings, vehicles, or safes. Almost any kind of lock can be replaced or rekeyed by Larry's Locksmith service. Check them out at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com.
It's time for your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball Bullpen Show, presented by PT Northwest, Power Kia, McDonald's, and Les Schwab Tires. Now for a look at the stats from tonight's matchup. Here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from EK Park in Eugene. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes playing in the second game of a 4-game road series against Eugene Emeralds. Volcanoes just getting onto the field and going into the dugout to get ready to stretch, as well as the Eugene Emeralds here as we get closer to game time here in Eugene, Oregon. The temperature right now still hovering at around 75, going down to 74. The clouds dispersing, or we can just see blue sky going past the trees in the outfield. The Volcanoes stretching along the third base side, wearing the black uniforms again with the jerseys on the top left. Gray cap this time with the gray pants and the black socks, while Eugene will be wearing the same uniforms that they wore yesterday, wearing the white pants and the black socks, black cap with the light green camouflage jersey. They have the white letters on the front that say Eugene and the white numbers on the back, as the Volcanoes will get ready to play against Eugene. The Volcanoes, they beat the Emeralds last night by a final score of 6-5 in a nail-biter that the Volcanoes took advantage of early, as they scored 3 runs in the top of the first, 4 in the second. They led by a score of 4-1 at one point, 5-1, but Eugene had a 3-run home run, made the score 5-4. Eugene getting a run on the top of the ninth to make it 6-4. But Eugene getting a run on the bottom of the ninth makes that run on the top of the ninth very crucial for Salem-Keizer. They would win by a score of 6-5. Another thing that, another piece of news that has been going around the Volcanoes, especially starting this morning, was the addition of a number of players onto the roster. Right now, we can name that 5 players have been named onto the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes roster, and we'll go through all 5 of them very quickly. The first one is a pitcher named Taylor Rashi. He was drafted in the 23rd round of the 2019 draft from UC Irvine, and has been pitching in 9 games for the Arizona League Giants. Orange. He was 2-0 with an ERA of 1.32, allowing 2 runs in 13 2/3 innings, striking out 20 batters in the process as well. Our next guy is a pitcher named Caleb Killian, the 22-year-old who was drafted by the Giants in the 8th round from Texas Tech. He threw 89 1/3 innings in college earlier this year. He threw in 6 games, no wins, no losses, an ERA of 0, allowing no runs, 1 unearned run, and 6 hits, striking out 11 in 12 innings. The biggest player, or at least the one that's getting the most buzz around here, that moved up to the Volcanoes roster was pitcher Bryce Femmel, the 22-year-old who was drafted in the 21st round out of Oregon State. Just nearby in Corvallis, he threw in almost 100 innings, 99 and a third in 16 games in 2019. He had pitched in 7 games of the Arizona League Giants Black in 7 starts, went 0-1 with an ERA of 1.29, 2 earned runs out of 4 total, 11 hits, no walks, 13 strikeouts in 14 innings. And he also got a couple of position players as well. We have infielder Abdiel Laer, the 21-year-old from San Juan, Puerto Rico, drafted in the 40th round of the 2018 draft from Miami-Dade College in Miami, Florida. He has a .292 average in 40 games, 10 doubles, 4 triples, 5 homers, and 30 RBIs. And finally is another infielder, Luis Toribio, the 18-year-old from the Dominican Republic. He has played in 51 games with the Arizona League Giants Orange, had a .297 average, 15 doubles, 45 runs, 3 triples, 3 homers, and 33 RBIs, as well as getting a couple of stolen bases as well. Those are the players that we can say have officially been added onto the roster. Now, again, back to yesterday's game, one of the biggest stories for the Volcanoes was pitching. The performances by both Travis Perry and Clay Helvey were huge moments as well. Perry holding the Emeralds to only 4 runs after allowing the 3-run home run. Clay Helvey right after him, 3 innings of relief with no runs. He left 4 runners on base throughout his time on the mound, and Dare Bear Boulevard getting the second save of the season in the 9th inning. So here to talk about his performance, we're going to start off with the relief pitcher for the Volcanoes, and that is Clay Helvey. So, Clay, one of the big moments from tonight's game against Eugene was your performance on the mound, filling in for Travis Perry, throwing in the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings. You left 4 guys on base, 3 scoreless innings. You walked 4, but you struck out 4. What worked for you during your outing?
Honestly, everything was working good. Everything was patterned well. I mean, I just tried to work out of the situations that I got myself in. Fastball I was throwing it not in the zone, but in the zone. It wasn't a matter of if it was working or not, it's whether or not I could put it in the strike zone.
I also want to go through a couple of moments with you, specific moments during your outing. First, bases loaded, 1 out, the number 9 hitter, the third baseman is up. It ended in the double play, Jeff fielding the ball behind the bag. What was going on during that at-bat?
Pretty much, I just tried to think, I'm going to throw this right down the middle, and I'm going to make himself get out. I'm trying to get himself, make him swing the bat. If he doesn't swing it, it's going to be a strike, and that was pretty much the goal, and he sure enough beat it right into the ground for a double play.
And what was your mindset going into the 8th inning? Everything that was going on, you got the leadoff hitter getting the force out at third. That was definitely a relief there. But then the Emeralds, after a wild pitch, got a runner at 2nd and 3rd with, once again, the number 9 hitter, full count. What was going on during that at-bat as well?
Once again, in the full count, once I got to 3-2, my goal was literally to just serve him up a pitch. If he was able to connect and get a base hit, I mean, he did his job, but I was trying to, once again, put the ball in the strike zone and make it look good enough to either make him swing and miss or for him to get himself out again, and that's sure enough what he did.
Also, I don't know if the news has spread around to the team already, but because of the Volcanoes won, it has been announced that the Volcanoes will play against Hillsborough in the playoffs. Eugene has been officially eliminated. What is going through your mind knowing that you know who you're going to play in the playoffs with X number of days to spare, 5 days to spare to prepare and get ready? What is your reaction to the news that you're going to be playing Hillsborough?
I think, we struggled against them at their place all year, but every time they've come to our place, we've played extremely well. And I think if we just take the stress out of being in a high volume stadium when we go to their place and just play our game like we do at home, then we're going to do very well. And I know for a fact when we come back to our place, we're going to be able to outplay them.
And that was the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes relief pitcher Clay Helvey, who threw 3 scoreless innings in yesterday's game against the Eugene Emeralds, also a game in which the Volcanoes eliminated the Emeralds from playoff contention, as is now official that the Volcanoes will play against the Hillsboro Hops starting in the Northwest League playoffs. Clay Helvey, 3 innings, 1 hit. He walked 4 batters, but also struck out 4. He got his second hold of the season because of his performance. The Volcanoes won by a score of 6-5. We're going to take another break here from PK Park in Eugene. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Nature isn't the only force that can leave its mark, especially when you have a tractor built to help make your property your own. The Kubota BX80 series is ready to get any job done the way it should be done. Dig, mow, haul, and comfortably maneuver in tight spaces. There's almost nothing it can't help you do. The BX series, America's best-selling subcompact tractor. Kubota, shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
Hi, this is Michelle at Copycats, located in West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer. We are much more than a full-service copy center. While we have the latest technology in self-service and full-service copy machines, we also offer an amazing array of printing and binding options. Color copying, offset printing, process color printing, laser engraving, and a full color poster. We do it all. Copycats offers high-quality products and services in addition to printing and copying, such as trophies, awards, signs, banners, business forms, and invitations. We also stock hundreds of different papers, from elegant stationery stock to suit every taste. So let Copycats of West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer take care of you. Find us online at copycatsnw.com. At Copycats, our cats are paper trained.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and one of the sections we have is our beautiful carved bird section, and we have eagles and crows, and the newest one we have is our three-eyed crows from the HBO series. One of the unique ones that we have are our hummingbird setups, where the hummingbirds are separate from the pedestal and they just look beautiful. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
$2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from PK Park in Eugene. The Volcanoes getting ready to play the second game of a 4-game series against the Emeralds. The second game of a 6-game regular season series in which they're playing 4 games here and 2 games at Volcanoes Stadium. As currently PK Park is currently celebrating a horror-themed night, as all of the cosplayers who are playing as the iconic horror characters from different movies such as Friday the 13th, Halloween, The Addams Family, Beetlejuice, they're all on the field. It's definitely something you don't see every day, but you know that's the joy of going to the ballpark. Every day you go to the ballpark, there's always something that you see different every single day, and it just so happens that it's just, you know, you see it. First pitch hasn't even been thrown yet. Quick lineup, quick review of the lineup once again for both teams. The visiting Salem-Keizer Volcanoes against Eugene's Josh Bergman. He's making his 4th start against the Volcanoes. The first 3 hitters for Salem-Keizer, the second baseman Yorlis Rodriguez, the shortstop Jeff Hopi, and the center fielder Alex Canario. The middle of the order is the right fielder Jairo Pomares, the first baseman Carter Aldretti, and the left fielder is Harrison Freed. The bottom 3 hitters in the lineup are the designated hitter Baker Mendoza, the catcher Matt Malkin, and the third baseman Tyler Wyatt. Well, for the Eugene Emeralds taking on Salem-Keizer's starting pitcher, Jacier Herrera, who is coming off one of the best performances by a starting pitcher for the Volcanoes this year. He threw 7 innings against the Vancouver Canadians when the Volcanoes were up in Canada. He got his 3rd win of the season, a 3-1 record with an ERA of 3.91. The lineup for the Eugene Emeralds and the home team, the first 3 hitters, Giovanni Cuevas, the right fielder, Luis Vazquez, the shortstop, Edmund American, the center fielder. At the middle of the order, you have the catcher, Alex Guerra, who is making his first appearance against the Volcanoes as a catcher, a starting catcher, as he was mainly a designated hitter in the couple of starts that he has had against Salem-Keizer this season. The 5 spot is the first baseman, Grayson Bird, the designated hitter in Jake Washer, the 7th hitter, the second baseman, Josue Uma. Batting 8th is the left fielder, Jacob Olson, and batting 9th is the starting 3rd baseman in Ryan Reynolds. The starting pitcher for yesterday's game, Travis Perry, it was a rough outing. He threw 5 innings. There was a chance where it looked like he would have thrown 6, but because he allowed that 3-run home run to Edmund American, any chance of him throwing 6 innings were out the window. But there was still a chance at him getting the win if the Volcanoes held on, and that's what happened. The Volcanoes scored the 6th run at the top of the 9th inning. They won the game by a score of 6-5 after Eugene got a run in the bottom of the 9th inning. Here with a few words about his performance yesterday is the winning pitcher from yesterday's game, the Volcanoes starting pitcher in Travis Perry. So, Travis, you were the winning pitcher in tonight's game. It was a pretty rough outing, but overall he did a pretty good job. Apart from a couple of bad pitches, the Volcanoes came out with the win. But once again, apart from a couple of bad pitches, got the base hit by Vazquez, and then, of course, the home run. What worked for you during your outing on the mound tonight?
Just try to tag the hitters, throw some fastballs in there, be aggressive, and then put them away with secondary stuff. I got to put a couple hitters away with fastballs too, but just make good pitches. Yeah.
One matchup that I looked at specifically when you were on the mound was with the leadoff hitter. I realized that for most of the pitches that you threw against this guy, you threw mainly curveballs, and you either got him in the zone or you made him swing at it. What was going through your mind when you were facing off against the leadoff hitter for Eugene specifically?
He seemed like a very aggressive hitter, so I'm not going to throw him a fastball because that's what he wants to hit. So, make it a little difficult for him.
And also the news, I don't know if it's spread across the team, but because that you beat Eugene and because that Hillsborough lost, it is announced that Eugene has been officially eliminated from playoff contention and that the Volcanoes will play against Hillsborough in the playoffs. What is your first thoughts about, knowing that you're going to play against Hillsborough starting September 4th?
Just got to go at them and play some good games.
And that was the Volcanoes starting pitcher in Travis Perry. He was talking about the performance that he had. Again, there were a couple of pitches that he threw that made it a rough outing, but he was able to get out of the inning, get out of the game, get out of that 3-run 5th inning with his 5th win of the 2019 season. Is the second pitcher to get 5 wins for the Volcanoes on the season, behind Kervin Castro, who will be starting tomorrow, 5-2, has a better winning percentage than Kervin, with a 5-2 record. ERA gone down to 3.82. 4 runs through 5 innings as the Volcanoes, they eliminated the Eugene Emeralds from playoff contention with the loss to the Volcanoes. Now we're going to take another break here from PK Park in Eugene. The Volcanoes and Emeralds playing in the second game of a 4-game series here on a horror-themed night here at the University of Oregon campus. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
I'm here with Rich Kansky, owner of Green Acres Landscape. Rich, after 20 years, you've rebranded Green Acres. Can you give us some insight as to why the change?
Well, as we've evolved as a company over the last 20 years, we started with 2 employees and now we have up to 50 employees that offer residential, commercial, municipal, and industrial landscape. We felt the need to better represent who we are as a company and share our business culture with our community.
See the new look of Green Acres Landscape on their website at greenacreslandscapeinc.com. Green Acres Landscape, leaving no footprint.
I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when I was 4 years old. It's not easy. Every day I have to test my blood sugars and give myself shots. Sue Allen is the legacy health nurse at my school. She gives me hugs and makes me happy. She also helped me become more independent. Now I can do anything, like learn to swim or become a doctor. I'm Gavin, and this is my legacy.
Legacy Health. Our legacy is yours.
Great deals are happening right now at Cascade Farm and Outdoor, now open in Keizer. Save with deals for your furry friends. Taste of the Wild Prey pet food is 15% off. Hunting season is just around the corner. Save on all hunting boots. They're $20 off. And shop our great deals on outdoor gear. All fishing combos are 20% off. Gear up for Northwest living for less at Cascade Farm and Outdoor. Northwest, homegrown, honest values.
Extra Mile presents the exploits of Extra Man. What's up? In today's episode, Extra Man discovers a tear in the space-time continuum.
It's okay. Some duct tape will fix that right up.
But now, Extra Man finds himself trapped somewhere in the hunger vortex between breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, and dinner.
My hunger knows no bounds.
So how will Extra Man deal with this perpetual state of hunger?
Quick and easy. Run by Extra Mile convenience store at Chevron, grab some jerky, hot dog, taquitos, maybe a salad or fresh fruit, because it's always time for
Extra Mile, extras every day at select Chevron locations.
Volcanoes Baseball returns to 1430 KYKN. Hear every pitch, hit, foul ball, and home run all season long. Your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes are playing in the upgraded Volcanoes Stadium. And if you can't be at the game, we'll bring it to you live. Volcanoes Baseball, brought to you in part by Scott Martin Construction, Synergize Auto, and Rick Real Farm Supply. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening. Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here from PK Park in Eugene. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes get ready to play against the Eugene Emeralds, take an edge early in this series after beating the Emeralds by a final score of 6-5. The starting pitchers for both teams very quickly one more time. Josh Bergman for Eugene and Jacier Herrera for Salem-Keizer. We're going to take one more break here from PK Park in Eugene before we'll get this game underway. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
At Selden Learning Centers, there's an entire team ready to help students succeed. Here's what families are saying about Sylvan.
Madison was having difficulties with her math, so we put her in Sylvan, and by the time she started 6th grade, she was only a few months behind.
The instructor helped me improve on my reading and comprehension. My skills are a whole lot better thanks to her.
Does your child or grandchild need a head start going back to school? This is Kim Dorn, and Sylvan can get them headed in the right direction. Call 503-363-2996 today.
Sweet Dog Days is the perfect place to send your pooch for a day or a vacation. Lisa and her staff of dog-loving attendants will make sure that your pet is well fed and cared for. Plus, there will be other pets there waiting to play. Go to doggydaycaresalem.com. That's doggydaycaresalem.com. Hundreds of pet owners rave about the care their pets receive at Sweet Dog Days. They can even watch their pet on closed-circuit TV while they're away. No matter how long they stay, make sure it's at Sweet Dog Days.
Out here, there are many jobs to do. You need the kind of power, versatility, and comfortable handling that comes with your territory. Luckily, there's a tractor built to pull all that weight, the Kubota L Series. And now you can get an L Series for $0 down with 0% APR financing for up to 60 months, plus a 6-year warranty. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
Welcome to the ballpark. It's time for Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. Presented by Power Kia, Legacy Health, McDonald's, Les Schwab Tires, PT Northwest, Chevron Extra Mile, by Mart, Fitzpatrick Painting, and Green Acres Landscape. Now it's time to play ball with the play-by-play of your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Here's Payne Paget on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Good evening, everybody, and a howdy ho from PK Park in Eugene, Oregon. Currently 72 degrees, mostly cloudy, as the Volcanoes take on the Eugene Emeralds. The first pitch from the starting pitcher, Josh Bergman, to Yorlis Rodriguez is a swing and a miss and a strike one. They got a minute ahead of schedule this time. First pitch is a swing and a miss. Josh Bergman, the fly ball. This one going in the right field. Giovanni Cuevas is under it on a 0-1 pitch from Bergman to Yorlis Rodriguez, and that is already out number one here in the top of the first. Josh Bergman, the fifth-round draft pick by the Cubs out of the University of Washington, looking for his first win of the season. In 8 starts, he is 0-3 with an ERA of 3.24, 16 2/3 innings, 15 hits, 6 runs, walked 2 batters, and struck out 20 in 16 2/3 innings. First time since August 16th he is on the mound. First pitch to the shortstop, Jeff Hope, is a strike one down the middle on a fastball, a little above the knees at 0-1. The defensive alignment for the Eugene Emeralds on the mound is Josh Bergman. Behind the plate is Alex Guerra. The 0-1 pitch is a soft grounder fielded by the first baseman, Grayson Bird. It looks like he's going to toss it to Bergman, but decides to take it himself. And just like that, we have out number 2. Here is the starting center fielder, Alex Canario, who is the number 3 hitter, making his first appearance in this series. Coming off getting a solo home run in his last start. Batting average of an even 300 entering today. The defensive alignment for Eugene on the mound, Josh Bergman. Behind the plate is Alex Guerra. Bergman, first pitch. That is a check swing, and that is a ball one on a fastball. It hits the ground first. It hits the ground in front of home plate first before getting into the glove of the catcher at 1-0. The umpires for today's game, Kyle Stutz at the infield, and behind home plate, Zdenek Zadek. And the 1-0 pitch, a swing and a miss on a fastball for strike one. That one was at the letters, maybe a little bit under, and Canario took a chance at it and swung at it. When you step back in the windup, the 1-1 pitch is a swing and a foul. That one off the leg of Canario, and the count will go to 1-2. Now the infield for Eugene at third base is Ryan Reynolds. The shortstop, Luis Vasquez. The second baseman is Josue Uma, and the first baseman is Grayson Bird. On the outfield at left field is Jacob Olson. The center fielder is Edmund American, and the right fielder is Giovanni Cuevas. The windup in the 1-2 by Bergman is a chopper, a slow one, fielded by the third baseman Reynolds, trying to barehand it, but he couldn't do it. He loses the grip of it as he tries to make a barehanded play, is not able to do it. That's going to be an infield single for Alex Canario, and the Volcanoes will have a runner on first base with 2 outs. It was a high and slow chopper. Both Reynolds and Vasquez were both closing in on it, but Reynolds will be the one who will get to the ball. will try to make a barehanded play, not able to. And we now go to the cleanup hitter, the starting right fielder for today's game, Jairo Pomares. Wind up in the first pitch. That is a foul ball. That one hitting the netting. And the count starting off at 0-1. As Pomares would get a foul ball. A little under the letters. Canario, 3 for 4 in stolen bases. Currently at first base. Bergman, he has thrown 3 innings in his last 2 starts. This one a slow chopper down the first base line, but it's foul. And the count is at 0-2. Pomares was the cleanup hitter and the starting left fielder yesterday, was 1 for 4 with an RBI single and a run. As Canario, currently at first base, got on base on a 2-out infield single. Bergman ahead of the count at 0-2, 2 outs here in the top of the first. The 0-2 pitch is a chopper. That one fielded by the first base coach for Salem-Keizer, Victor Cairo, as that one goes into foul territory. The lineup for the Volcanoes, as told by manager Nestor Rojas, you have Rodriguez, Hopi, Canario, and Pomares. The 5-hitter, Carter Aldrete, the first baseman. Harrison Freed, the 6-hitter, the starting left fielder. Baker Mendoza, the designated hitter. The 8-hitter in the catcher, Matt Malkin, making his first start behind the plate for the Volcanoes this season. And batting ninth is Tyler Wyatt. The 0-2 pitch by Bergman, that is outside, and a ball 1 and a fastball. That was clearly under the knees and outside, yet there was a couple of Eugene infielders who thought that was a strike 3 called. The shortstop, Vasquez, just behind the bag at second base. Ryan Reynolds, the third baseman, covering left field. Josue Huma is in short right field. Ryan Reynolds is covering short left. This one, an 0-2 pitch, a foul ball. Canario is running for it. And the count will stay at 1-2. And the count is at 1-2. Pomares, the only hitter for the Volcanoes with a batting average under 200 at 179. Got a run and an RBI yesterday. Pomares in this at the plate, throw to first, not in time to try and get Canario. The Volcanoes beat the Emeralds yesterday by a final score of 6-5. A very close game here at PK Park, as the Volcanoes will pull away with the win after scoring 4 runs in the first 2 innings. The 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss, and a fastball outside for strike 3. And that will end the top of the first inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. No score from either team so far. Volcanoes, nothing. Eugene is coming up as Jacier Herrera will take the mound against the Emeralds for the first time this season. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Did you know falling is the leading cause of injury in adults over the age of 60? The ability to keep one's balance is crucial for keeping an active lifestyle. PT Northwest's balance and fall prevention programs are available at our Staten, West Salem, and Keizer clinic locations. Learn more from PT Northwest today at ptnorthwest.com or call 503-371-8860. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem.
Baseball is one of the greatest American summertime activities ever, and Les Schwab is proud to be a part of it as a sponsor of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Your Volcanoes lineup is all about teamwork, and so is the team at your local Les Schwab. As you plan your next Volcanoes or vacation road trip, stop by your local Les Schwab first. They'll perform a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts to keep you and your family safe on the road. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer, or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the first inning. The Volcanoes could only leave a runner on first base, as the Volcanoes will have their starting pitcher on the mound, making his 5th start of the year, will be Jacier Herrera. He is also making his first start against the Eugene Emeralds this season, after he made at least one start against the Hops, Dust Devils, Aqua Sox, and Canadians. This is his 2nd start against a Northwest League South opponent. First one since his first start on August 8th, currently 3-1 with an ERA of 3.91. First pitch from Jacier Herrera to Giovanni Cuevas is a strike one looking, a fastball down the middle, and 0-1. Herrera 3-1 with an ERA of 3.91, coming off an incredible 7-inning performance up at the Great White North as the Volcanoes beat the Vancouver Canadians. The 0-1 pitch, that is a strike two looking on an inside fastball. Count is at 0-2. First 3 hitters for Eugene: Giovanni Cuevas, the right fielder, the shortstop Luis Vasquez, and the center fielder Edmund American. Herrera, the 0-2 pitch to Cuevas, that is a swing and a miss and a strike 3 on an inside fastball, a little above the knees, and Cuevas takes a chance at it as Herrera will strike out the leadoff hitter Giovanni Cuevas for out number 1. Here's the shortstop Luis Vasquez, as the Emeralds manager Lance Rymel making an interesting decision. They have Cuevas, who was the 6th hitter yesterday, as the leadoff hitter, and they have the shortstop Vasquez, who was the 7th hitter yesterday, as the number 2 hitter. As they're playing their first game since they got eliminated from the playoffs. First pitch is a ball 1. That one, a fastball, just gets inside, above the knees, 1-0. The defense for the Volcanoes on the mound is Jacier Herrera. Behind the plate is Matt Malkin, the 1-0. That is outside. This time a slider on a 2-0 count. That one a little under the knees, outside of the zone. On the infield at third base is Tyler Wyatt. The shortstop is Jeff Hope. Second baseman is Yorlis Rodriguez. And the first baseman is Carter Aldretti. On the outfield at left is Harrison Freed. The center fielder is Alex Canario. The right fielder is Jairo Pomares. Baker Mendoza is the designated hitter for the pitcher. The 2-0 pitch into Vasquez is a ball 3 on a fastball at the letters, and a 3-0 count. And the lineup for the Emeralds, as told by manager Lance Rymel, we have Giovanni Cuevas, Luis Vasquez, and Edmund American, the 3-hitter. The 3-0 pitch is a ball. It was a ball 4. Vasquez thought that was a strike for a second, but the home plate umpire, Zdenek Zedek, didn't make a strike call, as Vasquez will walk to first base. I think the home plate umpire yelled that it was a ball 4. That's what it sounded like from over here. He didn't make a gesture at all saying that was a strike. I think he yelled that it was a ball 4. I've never seen that before. That is pretty interesting. Now we go to the center fielder Edmund American, who hit that 3-run home run, went 2 for 3 yesterday. Herrera, the first pitch is a ball 1. That one above the zone, under the letters, and a 1-0 count. The count starting off at 1-0. American got his 3rd home run, and now is up to 29 RBIs on the season. Herrera getting the sign from Malkin. That is an inside fastball. That's at the knees, but it's inside of the zone. The count is at 2-0. Runner on first base for Eugene with 1 out. As Herrera looking to add on to that 7-inning performance that they had in his last start against Vancouver. He's also making his 3rd start on the road. He had his only loss at Tri-City. The 2-0 pitch is a ground ball. That one fielded by the second baseman Rodriguez. A nice play on the shift. It throws to first. And it gets American out at first base. Vasquez will go to second. A nice play by Yorlis Rodriguez. The ball was hit and rolled right near the line. Rodriguez making a nice play in short right. He slid a little bit to try and take control of the ball, trying to get the ball in his glove. He throws to the first baseman, Carter Aldretti. He'll get the second out. As Luis Vasquez goes to second, here is the starting catcher, Alex Guerra. brought his batting average up a little bit. The last time he faced off against the Volcanoes, he barely got a hit. Now he has 14 and has a batting average over 200. And the first pitch to Herrera is a curveball for a strike one looking. First time we've seen one from Herrera. And the count at 0-1. Luis Vasquez, 2 for 6 on stolen bases. Herrera getting the side from Malkin. Runner at second base for the Emeralds. Runner in scoring position. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball under the knees inside ball 1. The Volcanoes in the shift to where Jeff Hoppe is in short left field. Tyler Wyatt right near the bag, and the second baseman Yorlis Rodriguez is right near the second base bag, while the first baseman Aldretti not only is trying to cover the first base bag, but also is covering short right field all by himself. A ball and a strike. Runner at second base. Steps off of the rubber for a little bit. A ball and a strike. Herrera. The 1-1 pitch, that is a outside fastball for ball 2 under the knees. Malkin. He was stationed a little bit outside, so there was a chance that it was trying to make Guerra swing outside of the zone. Will not be the case here. We do have another game that is going on that does have an update. That is the game between Everett and Spokane. Everett already with a 1-0 lead. They have 4 hits already. The 2-1 pitch is a slow chopper. This one fielded by the third baseman Wyatt. Makes the quick throw, throws to first, gets Guerra out at first base. What a play by Tyler Wyatt at third base. The heads-up play that ends the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on, scoreless after 1. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Johnson's Funeral Home in South Salem is locally owned, which is a rarity today. Miles Johnson is a Sprague High grad. His wife Erin manages the household with their 8 adorable kids. Budgets are tight for everyone. The Johnsons understand that better than anyone. Their affordable pricing helps ease the burden at such a critical time. Johnson Funeral Home, cremations, funerals, celebrations of life, and pre-planning. Check out their glowing reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Yelp. See more at johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
Life can be stressful. Getting huge savings on new tires shouldn't be. The summer savings event is going on now at your locally owned Point S Tire and Auto Service. Find exclusive savings up to $150 on your next set of tires. Your savings start at pointstire.com. Search, save, and schedule your appointment online. No matter where your adventures take you next, Point S is here to help you get there with amazing summer savings like up to $150 off and stress-free service. No stress with Point S.
Hey, KYKN fans, are you listening? Tom Marks, your residential real estate specialist from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Are you thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate? If you'd like to give me a call at 503-881-9230, I'll meet with you and listen to your real estate goals. We'll call it a job interview. If you like me and what I offer, we can do business together. There's no hard sell, just casual conversation. Tom Marks, 503-881-9230.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back in the top of the second inning. The Volcanoes looking to get some runs on the board. They are currently scoreless against the Emeralds, as both teams left a runner on base. The Volcanoes leaving a runner on first base. They have the only hit so far. Eugene, they left a runner on second base. They currently have no hits. Jacier Herrera leaving a runner at second base. Josh Bergman, the starting pitcher, back on the mound, as he'll start off against Carter Aldretti. Bergman throwing 14 pitches, 12 strikes. Pretty solid so far through the first inning. As they'll start off against the first baseman, Carter Aldretti. Behind him is the left fielder, Harrison Freed. Behind them is the designated hitter, Baker Mendoza. Bergman, the windup in the first pitch to Aldretti is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop, Vasquez. The throw to the first baseman, Grayson Bird, is in time, and just like that is out number 1. There we go to the left fielder, Harrison Freed. Here's the beer batter. He's the beer batter here at PK Park. For people who do not know, the Emeralds have a promotion where, I think Harrison Freed was the one yesterday. Oh, he was. Where if he strikes out, then there is a promotion here where the The beer here at PK Park that I believe is $3 for the next 15 minutes. I believe I've heard that right. I may be wrong on that. Bergman, the first pitch to Fried is a fastball upstairs above the letters outside. 1-0 count. Fried, he had an RBI single in his first at-bat in the first inning and struck out his last 3 times up. The 1-0 pitch. That is a high chopper. That one fielded by the third baseman in Ryan Reynolds. Quick throw to first. So get Fried out at first base for out number 2. And Bergman, he threw 3 pitches and already got the first 2 guys out. Now here is a designated hitter, Baker Mendoza. Because it is a horror theme, the Emeralds have on the Jumbotron in right center, when the Volcanoes walk up to the plate, they have the pictures of famous figures in horror. Right now for Baker Mendoza, it's Jigsaw from the Saw franchise. First pitch outside under the knees and a ball 1. Harrison Fried, it was Scream. I would say with the name, I'm blanking on that. Yorlis Rodriguez, I remember it was Chucky. And the 1-0 pitch is a fastball, gets under the zone at 2-0. Two balls and no strikes. Bergman, the ground ball fielded by the shortstop Vasquez, right near short right. The long throw over the head of the first baseman, Grayson Bird. He had the leap off of the first base bag to try and make the play. He can't do it. That's an error by Vasquez. It was a routine ground ball that Vasquez just put a little too much power into it, and the Volcanoes will have a base runner here in the top of the second. For Matt Malkin, looking for his first hit. The picture that the Emeralds have for him, it's Pennywise from It. It's Tim Curry's Pennywise. Which is also very fitting. You have one of the people dressed up here at PK Park, dressed up as the Bill Skarsgård Pennywise from the new It movie, and the It movie coming out pretty soon. First pitch is a ball 1. That one going outside under the knees, outside on a 1-0 count. Malkin currently 0 for 7. He's been walked twice and struck out 3 times since he was added onto the Volcanoes roster before the Canadian series. The 1-0 pitch, that's a fastball outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Mendoza getting the first base on the error by the shortstop Vasquez. The Emeralds had 3 errors yesterday. A couple of them were pretty questionable, but the Emeralds had 3 errors. There was the error by Fernando Kelly that got Tyler White on base. It was a running play. This one a ground ball. This one getting past the glove of the second baseman, Huma. Mendoza running the third base. The throw from the right fielder, Cuevas, will be cut off by the shortstop. And now Wyatt's going to go to second base. Throw to third to try and get the third baseman, Ryan Reynolds, is not in time. The second baseman, Huma, caught the ball, but his foot was on the bag. He didn't tag him. And Mendoza will go to third. Matt Malkin will go to second. It'll be the first base hit for Malkin. He gets on base on a single and goes to second on the throw from right field. It was cut off by the shortstop. The ball got away from the shortstop, Vasquez. Malkin was then going to second base on the bad throw. And on the bobble from the shortstop Vasquez, Malkin slid in the second safely. The second baseman, Huma, caught the ball and was touching the bag, thinking that he would have got him out if he just touched the bag, but he didn't tag him. And it will be now a single and an error by the right fielder, Giovanni Cuevas. So it will be a single and a second error by Eugene. And now there's 5 errors in 2 games. First pitch to Tyler Wyatt is outside and a ball 1. That one just at the knees and a fastball. Fastest one so far at 94 miles an hour. A ball and no strikes. Bergman in the stretch, the pitch. That's a swing and that is a foul. A fastball gets away from the catcher Guerra as the ball will roll towards the Eugene Emeralds on deck circle. There is also a lot of events that are going to be going on around here in relation to the horror genre. There was one promotion in between, I believe, the first inning in the top and the bottom of the first inning. There's normally a race where there would be someone racing a guy dressed up as the Sasquatch, and a 1-1 pitch. That ball getting away from Guerra. Mendoza's coming in to score, and the Volcanoes will get their first run of the game on a wild pitch by Josh Bergman. Baker Mendoza running in, crossing home plate. The Volcanoes with an early 1-0 lead, and the Cow is now at 2-1. And the Volcanoes getting a run on the wild pitch. A very rough second inning so far, just overall for Eugene, not just for Bergman. With a couple of errors, and Matt Malkin is now at third base. Now he has a chance to get his first run in addition to his first hit. The 2-1 pitch, that is a fly ball past the first base side. Count is even at 2-2. And the normal way that a race would be done, very similar to the freeze, which, the Atlanta Braves started that, where there would be a runner who would be, I want to say 15 seconds ahead of the guy dressed up as a Sasquatch. Sasquatch would beat him, as this in the normal routine. 2-2 pitch outside. That one just under the letters, and a slider for ball 3. Count is full at 3-2. But what happened was that there was a guy dressed up as Mike Myers. He's already 3/4 of the way done with the race as it was starting. Sasquatch starts running. Mike Myers then turns around, points a knife at him. Or points the blade at him. It's been a while since I've seen Halloween, okay? Payoff pitch, a foul ball. That one, a fastball hitting the netting. Count stays full. Volcanoes have a runner at third base. As Myers was pointing his blade at him, as the Sasquatch was running towards him, he starts running the other way, and to me, that's funny, because it was different from the norm of what I've seen, which is Sasquatch beating him. The payoff pitch is a strike 3 called, and a slider right down the middle. And the inning will be over. The top of the second is over. 1 run will score. It'll be unearned on 1 hit, 2 errors, and a runner left on. The Volcanoes will take an early 1-0 lead here in Eugene going into the bottom of the second inning. Herrera face off against Grayson Bird, Jake Washer, and Josue Uma. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
It's great to know that some major sports stars from Oregon trust and rely on PT Northwest for high-level treatment. Both Kevin Gregg of the Baltimore Orioles and Kevin Boss of the Kansas City Chiefs have relied on PT Northwest for their physical therapy needs. But you don't have to be a Major League star to benefit. PT Northwest is on the cutting edge of sports medicine. PT Northwest, now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley. Go online to ptnorthwest.com or call 503-371-8860.
If you're thinking about a Best of the West affordable spring or summer vacation, we invite you to be making plans now. Hello, I'm Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. Be careful, because many of the big hotel chains have hidden extra fees for things like parking, internet, so-called resort fees, and lots more. But at Shiloh Inns, there are no hidden fees. Shiloh amenities are all free, like Shiloh's spacious pools, spas, steam and sauna rooms, and the fully equipped fitness centers. Even the kids stay free. And don't forget the Shiloh Inn's free continental breakfast or full hot delicious breakfast at most Shiloh Inns. Now that's Shiloh's affordable excellence. For reservations, call 800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohinns.com. Smoke-free and dog-friendly. Shiloh Inns, American family-owned and proud of it.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back in the bottom of the second inning. The Volcanoes getting their first run of the game on the board on a pair of errors by Eugene and a wild pitch by Josh Bergman. It scores Baker Mendoza, and it gives the Volcanoes an early 1-0 lead. We now go to the bottom of the second. Jacier Herrera, he threw 14 pitches, 6 strikes. Leaving a runner on second base, not that bad, not that bad. We're going to the second inning, starting with the first baseman, Grayson Bird. He is one of 2 left-handed hitters and one of 4 non-right-handed hitters. There's 2 switch hitters in the lineup as well. First pitch is a changeup, strike 1 looking. It'll be Grayson Bird, Jake Washer, and Josue Uma, the first baseman, designated hitter, and the second baseman for Eugene. The count at 0-1. Herrera, the step back and the windup, the 0-1 pitch. That's a fly ball down the third base line. That's going to be foul. That one is going to be, I believe, out of the building. Yes, it is. It is out of the stadium, gets over the fence, and the count is at 0-2, deep in foul territory. And the Emeralds getting their only base runner on a walk with one out in the first. Herrera, the windup and the 0-2 pitch, that is outside. A change-up that Herrera loses control of a little bit for a ball one. Scores from around the Northwest League. Everett staying with that 1-0 lead. Boise leading Hillsboro 1-0, and they have the bases loaded with 2 outs. And Tri-City leads Vancouver by a score of 3-1. They're not even out of the first inning. A ball and 2 strikes. Herrera, the windup and the 1-2 to Bird. That is a blooper foul going into the seats in the third base side. And the count staying at a ball and 2 strikes. So Grayson Bird with a .210 batting average. Entering today, he went 1 for 4. Struck out a couple of times, got a double, but was out at third base on a force out and got hit by a pitch at one point. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, that is a ball 2 in the dirt, a fastball under the knees, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Salem-Keizer already has a playoff berth. It's safe to say that when it comes to playoffs, that the Northwest League South Division is already set in stone of who's going to play in the playoffs. But as in for the Northwest League South second half championship, which could either be Salem-Keizer or Hillsboro, that's still up in the air. The 2-2 pitch is a chopper fielded by the second baseman Rodriguez. Nice play by him, fielding it after a few hops, throws to first, gets him in time at first base for out number 1. Rodriguez fielding that one just a little bit in short right field for out number 1 in the bottom of the second. Now here is the designated hitter, Jake Washer, who is the cleanup hitter in yesterday's game and went 0 for 5 with a pop out to the shortstop, Jeff Hopi. A couple of flyouts, one to center and one to left field, and in his last 2 at-bats, including one in the bottom of the 9th inning, he struck out swinging. Herrera, the windup in the first pitch, that is a check swing outside and a curve ball for ball 1. So for the South Division, when it comes to the playoffs, that's set in stone, basically. While for the Northwest League North Division, that's another story. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball. That went under the knees and a little inside. The count now at a ball and a strike. As in the North Division, Tri-City currently has these hold of the second playoff spot. The 1-1 pitch, a curveball. That one a little under the knees outside and a 2-1 count. Tri-City with the second playoff spot. They are 2 games back of Spokane trying to get that second half championship. The Everett Aquasox are 2 games back of Tri-City. Vancouver 3 games back of Tri-City. Those 3 teams are still alive for that second spot. The 2-1 pitch, a swing and a miss and a curveball for strike 2. And a 2-2 count. The only team that we know for sure is actually eliminated from both playoff contention and contention for the second half championship is Boise. Eugene, they're 1 game away from elimination, 5 games back of Hillsboro. They would tie them at best, but they wouldn't do anything after that, and that's why they're also technically eliminated as well. The 2-2 pitch, a curveball, it goes outside, full count 3-2. The Canadians, who are currently in last place by only 1 game behind Everett, who's the third place team, has the longest winning streak with 3. The Volcanoes and the Hawks have the only 2 winning streaks they have won. The windup and the payoff pitch, that is a fly ball down the first base side. Count will stay full at 3-2. Washer, normally a catcher, drafted in the 29th round out of East Carolina. Went 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts. Brought his batting average down from 277 to 250. The payoff pitch, that's a fly ball down the first base line. That's another foul ball. As Washer has really only had 1 really good game against the Volcanoes, and that was during the Emeralds' 3-game sweep of the Volcanoes here at PK Park back in mid-August. August 15th, he went 2 for 3 with 2 runs and 3 total bases. The payoff pitch is a swing and a miss and a curveball outside under the knees for a strike 3. Out number 2, the second strikeout for Herrera. And we now go to the starting second baseman in Josue Uma. The 19-year-old from the Dominican Republic making another appearance against the Volcanoes. His first time since that 3-game series. He went 3 for 4 in the final game of that 3-game series where the Emeralds won all 3 games, 3 for 5 with a pair of doubles, and went 0 for 2 with a walk in the second game and the other 2 times. First pitch is a ball 1 and a fastball down low under the zone at a 1-0 count. Defense for the Volcanoes shifted. It's shift to where Aldretti is hugging the line at first base and Hopi in short center. And the 1-0 pitch, that's a ball 2. And a fastball in the outside corner. Good spot by Herrera, but won't get the call. Rodriguez at second base. He's in short right field. Tyler Wyatt alongside Aldretti, the only 2 players who are actually on the infield. The 2-0 pitch by Herrera, that is a ball 3. That is a fastball under the knees and low. Inside, 3-0. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, 1-0 Salem-Keizer. One of the things that the Emeralds have done here to celebrate, they call it the Nightmare on M Street because that's the abbreviation for the Emeralds. The 3-0 pitch, a fastball at the knees, right down the middle for a strike 1, looking a 3-1 count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, 3 balls, 1 strike. One of the things that the Emeralds have done is that over the course of the ballpark, they have red balloons everywhere. The 3-1 pitch is a fastball that Uma swings at. It'll be a foul. It'll fall in foul territory before rolling down the first base line. Count is full at 3-2. One of the things that the Emeralds have done is that in certain parts around the stadium, you even have one over at the Emeralds broadcast booth, and into every manhole that they could find in the stadium, they have tied a red balloon on it in clear reference to the recent pop culture hit, the movie It, and the second movie coming out pretty soon. The payoff pitch, that is inside and a ball 4, and Uma's going to walk to first. That one, an inside curveball at the letters. As Jacob Olsen, the left fielder, will be Jacob Olsen, as he'll be making his first appearance in this series. Playing at left field, batting average of .221. The Emeralds once again with a runner on first base as Luis Vasquez got on base on a walk. And the first pitch is a ground ball. That one getting into the hole in center field. Running around the third base is Uma, and the Emeralds are going to have runners on the corners. That is the first hit for the Emeralds with 2 outs here in the second. Uma is going to go to second as he had a good, going to go to third as he had a good jump to second. And Eugene has the game-tying run at first base, and we now go to the number 9 hitter, the third baseman Ryan Reynolds. That was a ground ball that got off of the pitcher's mound going in the center field. Nobody's right near the second base bag to field it. Now here's Ryan Reynolds, making his 11th appearance with the Emeralds this season, and went 0 for 3 with a run and a walk in yesterday's game. Herrera getting the sign from Matt Malkin. Runners in the corners for Eugene. They're threatening to tie the game. First pitch is upstairs and a fastball for ball 1. That went above the letters and above the zone. Herrera making his his 5th start for the Volcanoes after he started in 7 games and played in 10 in the Arizona League. Timeout by the Volcanoes. Matt Malkin walking up to talk to Herrera. Matt Malkin also starting in his first game for the Volcanoes behind the plate this year after he was a designated hitter a couple of times. And while Herrera was in the Arizona League, he pitched in 10 games, started in 7 of them. He had a sub-2 ERA and got 6 wins, striking out 48 allowing 53 hits, 12 earned runs, walking 8 in 54 and a third. The 1-0 pitch is a foul grounder. That one on a fastball. The count is even at 1-1 to Reynolds. Runners on the corners for Eugene. The Volcanoes lead 1-0, and Eugene has the runners on the corners. So far, Salem-Keizer a run on 2 hits. Eugene, no runs on a hit with 2 errors. 1-0 Salem-Keizer here early. Herrera getting the sign from Malkin. At third base is Uma. At first base is Jacob Olson. Throw to first to try and get Olson is not in time. Now the Volcanoes, they took a 1-0 lead after a couple of errors. One by the shortstop Vasquez on a ball hit by Baker Mendoza. And another one, there was a base hit by Malkin, but an error advanced in the second. The 1-1 pitch as a change-up inside for a ball 2. Currently the dimensions from either foul pole at right field is 325 feet, left field 335. That's where the Volcanoes bullpen is, and at dead center field is 400. And the 2-1 pitch, that's a rip shot in the right field, and Eugene has tied the game. Olson riding around the third base. He's going to get there easily. And Ryan Reynolds, the third baseman, with an RBI single that makes it a whole new ball game. Jacob Olson going to third, and the game is now tied at 1 apiece. Reynolds hitting that line drive ball right near the first base line, gets past both Aldretti and Rodriguez going to the right field. Eugene tying the game up at 1 run apiece. Now we go to the top of the order, and Giovanni Cuevas, who struck out swinging on 3 pitches. And Eugene with the go-ahead run at third base right now. 2 outs, runners on the corners. Herrera getting the sign from Malkin, trying to finish off the second inning. Herrera, the windup in the first pitch is a ball 1 on a fastball under the letters up and inside. And walking around the ballpark before the game, it was a huge treat seeing the people here at the stadium get ready for the promotion. The 1-0 pitch is a nasty curveball. That one in the zone in the bottom outside corner, under the knees, strike 1 looking. That's a curveball, 73 miles an hour. Count is even at 1-1. It was pretty cool seeing everyone get ready. Up here in the press box, there was a couple of people getting their makeup ready. The 1-1 pitch is a curveball outside. Swing and a miss and a strike 2, and that's another curveball by Herrera. Deja vu of what we saw from Travis Perry yesterday. He threw a lot of curveballs against Eugene's leadoff hitter yesterday, which was Fernando Kelly, who struck out 4 times as a result, and he's not in the lineup today. Runners on the corners, a ball and 2 strikes. Wind up and the pitch. That's a curveball. Swing and a miss, and another outside curveball by Jacier Herrera. He is slamming his glove in frustration and relief that he gets out of the inning. 1 run will score on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. It is a whole new ball game here at PK Park going into the top of the third. Game is tied at 1. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
I know you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twist for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
August is here, and you look around your yard, you have just 1 or 2 more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the third inning. Eugene has just tied the game up at 1 run apiece after an RBI single by Eugene's number 9 hitter, Ryan Reynolds, which scored Josue Huma. The first pitch from Bergman to the leadoff hitter, Yorlis Rodriguez, a foul ball down the third base line, and the Volcanoes dug out for an 0-1 count. It'll be Rodriguez, Hopi, and Canario. See if they can give the Volcanoes the lead here. A little timeout for Jacob Olson, the left fielder, giving the foul ball to a fan in foul territory. The 0-1 pitch is a swing and a miss and a slider outside for a strike 2. Rodriguez 0 for 1 with a fly ball to right. Hopi 0 for 1 with a ground ball to the first baseman Bird. Alex Canario got an infield single. The 0-2 pitch is a slider outside and a 1-2 count. And the Volcanoes looking to get the lead back. Currently the game is tied 1 apiece. The 1-2 pitch by Bergman. That is a grip shot into the glove of the third baseman Reynolds. Quick throw to first. They'll get the runner in time. Ryan Reynolds, the third baseman, redeeming himself after failing to make a barehanded play a couple of innings ago. A nice play by Reynolds for out number 1 to the third. A diving play to his left, able to get up, make the throw. That's a nice play right there over at the hot corner for out number 1 in the top of the third. Here is the number 2 hitter, the starting shortstop, Jeff Hopi. He grounded out to the first baseman, Grayson Bird, on an 0-1 count for out number 2. First pitch is upstairs and a fastball for ball 1. Over here across the stadium before the games, seeing that it's pretty cool how everyone here is preparing for tonight. The 1-0 pitch outside and a fastball above the letters, ball 2. A little interesting story, actually, before I even got on the pregame. It wasn't even that long before I got on the pregame. Right in the room right next to me, there was a bunch of people getting ready to put on makeup and would eventually go on the field as different horror characters. A 2-1 pitch, a foul ball. It hits the netting and goes back onto the field of play. It almost goes over the netting. That's why the crowd was reacting. And the count is at 2-1. And Bergman getting the sign from Guerra, the wind-up band, the 2-1 pitch. That is a ball 3, up and out at the letters 3-1. And in the room right next to me, it was really cool seeing everyone get ready, getting their makeup ready, walking out as different characters. The 3-1 pitch is a foul ball. That one around the same spot as well as the last foul ball. And the netting, and the count is full at 3-2 with 1 out here in the third. But there was one person who I think is my favorite out of all of it, and it was someone who was cosplaying as Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas. The payoff pitch, that's upstairs in a ball 4. Hopi is going to walk to first. That one, a fastball above the letters, clocked in at 94 miles an hour. Salem-Keizer is going to have a base runner to try and take the lead as Alex Canario walks up to the plate. He got an infield single on a 1-2 count. It was a high chopper to the third baseman, Ryan Reynolds. And now we got a timeout here by Eugene, as not only is the pitching coach Armando Gabino is walking up to the mound, but also the entire infield as well, as there was someone else who was walking up to the mound alongside Gabino. I believe that is Eugene's trainer. He is checking in on Bergman. Now keep in mind, Bergman's also on a pitch count as well. He is fine, and he'll stay on the mound. Bergman, he has thrown .40 pitches through 2 1/3. He has thrown at least 3 innings in his last 2 starts, with the first of those 2 starts being back on the 16th against the Volcanoes, allowing 1 hit, striking out 5. Here it's a different story. Bergman stepping on the rubber As in the stretch, runner at first base to Canario. Bergman is in the stretch, wind up, and the first pitch is upstairs and a ball one. And the story around the person who was dressed up as Jack Skellington, she did a really good job. She is a great person, and just talking with him a little bit. The 0-1 pitch is a deep shot going to right center field. Cuevas and American trying to make the play. American at the wall. He leaps at the wall, and it goes over the wall. Alex Canario with a second home run in as many starts. And Alex Canario with a 2-run home run. American tried to make an amazing play, grabbing onto the top of the wall, but it gets off of his glove. And Alex Canario with his 9th home run of the season. 2 for 2 on the night. He has RBIs number 37 and 38 on the year. Jeff Hope will score, and the Volcanoes have retaken the lead by a score of 3-1, and Lance Rymel, Eugene's manager, says that is it. Take him out. 2 1/3 innings, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 1, 2, 3 hits. He has walked 1 batter and has struck out 2, and he is now done. His stat line officially done because there is nobody on base. That was a very well hit ball by Canario. A nice effort by American, who is trying to make the play. He was leaping onto the wall. It looked like he had a shot at it as well. That ball got in and out of the glove of American, but it'll go over the wall for a 2-run home run for Alex Canario. He now has 9 on the year, as the Volcanoes lead by a score of 3-1. We'll check to see who the new pitcher is here for Eugene very quickly, as we'll check the jersey number here. As in the Northwest League rankings now, Canario is now tied with 2 other players for second in the Northwest League in home runs. Christian Robinson of Hillsborough, who has since been promoted up, and Michael Tolia, who is the only other player who is still playing for his respective team. Actually, my mistake, that is, I believe I've been mistaken on that. No, Tolia has since been, is now with another team. So Canario right now has the most home runs out of any active Northwest League player going into the postseason. So now looking at the jersey number here of the pitcher who is on the mound right now, I do believe that is Rydell Orta, number 31, who has had some history against the Volcanoes over the course of this year. He made an appearance against the Volcanoes back in early July in the first game that these two teams would face off against each other in. As Orta will face off against Jairo Pomares, still with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. As the Volcanoes, they would lead by a score of 3-1. At one point, Rydell Orta was then sent down to the Arizona League. He made an appearance against the Volcanoes, allowed that Tyler Flores grand slam back in early July, and has since then has been sent back up to play for the Emeralds. He'll now be up on the mound against Jairo Pomares, as Pomares will walk up to the plate. He is 0 for 1 after striking out swinging in his last time up. Orta, the first pitch to Pomares is a ball 1. That went under the knees outside on a 1-0 count. And the 1-0 pitch is a pop fly, staying in the infield. The shortstop Vasquez is under it, but it'll be the third baseman Reynolds right next to him who will make the catch for out number 2. Alex Canario getting his 9th home run, 38 RBIs. He has the most home runs out of any active Northwest League player. The most home runs still in the Northwest League, 14 for Franklin Labor, and he has already played a number of games for the Augusta Green Jackets, and he still has the Northwest League lead in home runs. And we now go to the first baseman, Carter Aldretti. The windup and the first pitch to Aldretti is a ball one and a fastball going outside at a 1-0 count. Aldretti on the first pitch he saw grounded out to the shortstop Vasquez. And the 1-0 pitch, a fastball outside at 2-0. As Orta tries to finish off the top of the third. 3-1 now, Volcanoes over the Emeralds. The 2-0 pitch, a backdoor fastball. That one a little above the knees, but it goes outside of the zone, just enough in the zone to be called a strike. Yeah, the count is at 2-1. Orta in the stretch, getting the sign from the catcher, Guerra. That one, the ground ball, fielded by the second baseman, Uma, behind the bag. Throws to first, and will end the inning. Alex Canario getting his 9th home run of the season. 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on. Salem-Keizer retakes the lead by a score of 3-1 going to the bottom of the third. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire! Woo! Woo! It's an alien invasion! Pew pew! I guess I'll just eat this egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one, or?
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
Extra Mile presents Extra Man.
Sup, Extra Buds?
In today's episode, it was a day like any other.
Seems about right.
Until everything changed.
Wait, what? It did?
The cravings arrived.
Oh, you mean like every day around now, I start craving some tasty snacks?
Exactly. How will he fight off this beast?
Usual way. Run by Extra Mile convenience store Chevron, pick up some jerky, candy, fruit.
Cravings annihilated. Extra Man moves on to the day's next challenge.
Yeah, now I'm thirsty for a water or energy drink. Guess I'll head back to
Extra Mile. Extras every day at select Chevron locations.
There's nothing better than the crack of a baseball bat and the cheer of the crowd. Les Schwab is proud to sponsor Summertime Baseball and all of the sights and sounds of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. This team knows how to work together, inning after inning, game after game, just like the team at your local Les Schwab. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, Les Schwab is ready for you. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the third inning. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have taken a 3-1 lead after a 2-run home run by Alex Canario that forced Josh Bergman out of this game. We now go to the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Eugene in the bottom of the third, starting with the shortstop Luis Vasquez, who got on base on a walk in the first inning against Herrera. Javier Herrera right now online for his 4th win if he can hold on to this 3-1 lead. Herrera getting the sign from Matt Malkin here in the bottom of the third. The windup and the first pitch. That is a strike one looking. That is a changeup on the inside corner above the knees, 0-1. The step back in the windup, the 0-1 pitch. That is a ball one. Another changeup. Looked like it was around the same area, but it will be a little more inside. The count is at 1-1. Herrera looking pretty solid through the first 3 innings. 1 run, and the 1-1 pitch is a curveball right down the middle at 1-2. It'll be Vasquez, American, and Alex Guerra, the shortstop, center fielder, and catcher. And a 1-2 pitch from Herrera is a fly ball. That one going in the short right field. Rodriguez and Pomares, the closest to it. Pomares is going to make the catch for out number 1 here in the bottom of the third inning. And we now go to the center fielder, Edmund American. As American is 0 for 1 with a ground out to the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. On a 2-0 count in the first, Herrera, the windup and the first pitch is a ball one. on a fastball at the letters, a little bit outside at 1-0. And you wind up the 1-0 pitch. That's another outside fastball. This one at 2-0. Herrera, 49 pitches so far through 2 1/3. Here's pitch number 50 to 2-0. Swing and a miss and a fastball for strike one. 2 balls and a strike. American grounding out to the second baseman, Jeff Hopi. And Alex Guerra getting out at third on a nice play by Tyler Wyatt. The 2-1 pitch, a fastball outside for ball 3. Right now, the score in the bottom of the third inning, Tri-City, they had a 3-1 lead. Then they were leading 3-2. And now with the bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of the third, Vancouver has tied the game up at 3 apiece. And the 3-1 pitch is a fastball inside at the letters. And it looks like it may have hit American as he will go to first base. And we now go to the catcher, Alex Guerra, who grounded out to the third baseman, Tyler Wyatt, on a nice play by him in the first. As Herrera will try and get out of the bottom of the third inning here. Once again, a runner on first base, throws to first, tries to get American, can't do it. As the Volcanoes, they took a 3-1 lead over the Eugene Emeralds in the top of the third after a 2-run home run by Canario. The windup in the first pitch by Pomares is a curveball outside for a ball 1. So the Aqua Sox, they are now tied with Spokane at 1 apiece in the bottom of the fourth, and Spokane has runners on second and third. The Indians trying to take the lead over Everett for the first time tonight, while Tri-City and Vancouver are also tied. The 1-0 pitch is a fly ball. This will go in the right field. Pomares running for it. He's under it and will make the catch. And Jairo Pomares making his second catch of the inning for the second out of the inning. And we now go to the first baseman, Grayson Bird, who grounded out to the second baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. On a 2-2 count in the first batter against Herrera in the second inning. As Bird will look to extend the bottom of the third, try and give the Emeralds another run on the board. Throw to first will not be in time. Pretty cool seeing everyone out here getting ready for the horror theme night. There was a bunch of people out in the press box right next to where we currently are right now, where there was a bunch of people getting ready, getting makeup on. The person who was cosplaying Jack Skellington had to have a couple of, I don't know what they're called, but basically a couple of things to try and make themselves taller. They have to step on them, very similar to what like circus people would use to play as very tall people. I'm just throwing that out there. The first pitch is a changeup above the knees inside at 0-1. Herrera, runner at first base in American. As Herrera will try and get out of the bottom of the third inning here. The count at no balls and a strike. Herrera now in the stretch. Grayson Bird on a 2-2 count with a foul ball. So on 6 pitches, made him ground out to second. The 0-1 pitch at the line shot, straight to the shortstop. Hopi behind the second base bag. What a heads-up play by Hopi. And that will end the third inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on. Another key defensive play by the Volcanoes, and they'll keep this 2-run lead going in the top of the fourth. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutobody.com. Jackson'sAutobody.com.
At Reed Law Firm, we've earned a reputation for helping those in need, people like you.
Out of nowhere, the accident changed everything.
can't even hold my own child.
We understand your fears in the aftermath of an auto collision. A careless driver nearly killed 2 of our own family members, so we've seen that fear up close. We focus on you and your unique case start to finish, from your vehicle repairs to your medical bills and lost income, so that you can focus on healing and rebuilding your life.
After the accident, I didn't have the money to fight back, but they believed when no one else would.
Reed Law Firm, where your first consultation is absolutely free. Call us and let's talk. Put our experience on your side. Reed Law Firm. ReedLawFirm.com, REED lawfirm.com, or call us at 971-915-7798.
Your home of the Salem-Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back in the top of the 4th inning. The Volcanoes looking to extend their 3-1 lead over the Eugene Emeralds. Rydell Orta looking to throw his first full inning of the night. He'll start off against Harrison Freed. And the first pitch to Freed is a fly ball past the first baseline, foul. Count starting off at 0-1. As Orta's making his first appearance for the Volcanoes since he was the losing pitcher on July 7th. It was after that game where he allowed 5 runs in a third of an inning where he was promoted down to the Arizona League. The 0-1 pitch is a slider outside for strike 2. Under the knees, outside, no balls, 2 strikes. It'll be Harrison Freed, Baker Mendoza, and Matt Malkin. Rydell Orta, the 0-2 pitch. That's a line shot past the first base line. He played a number of games for the Arizona League Cubs and got promoted a little over a week ago back up here to Eugene. And he pitched a couple of games for them since. The 0-2 pitch by Orta is a ground ball, fielded by the shortstop Vasquez. He bobbles the ball right near the second base bag. Not only are the fans here not going to get discount beer, it's going to be another error for Eugene. But the official score is going to call that a base hit. The shortstop, Luis Vasquez, he tried to field that ball right near the second base bag. It was on the infield, too. So that result's a little bit mixed right there. He was trying to field it. It was on the infield right near the second base bag. It wasn't that slow of a ground ball. They're going to call that a base hit for Freed. In my opinion, it was an error. First pitch to Baker Mendoza, first pitch. That is a fly ball. That one's staying in the infield, right near the mound. Vasquez, Reynolds, and Huma all close to it, but the shortstop Vasquez is going to make the catch for out number 1. So they're not going to call that an error. That is a very interesting result right there, calling that a base hit. Okay. There was a few calls where instead of it being called a hit for Salem-Keizer, it was actually called an error. The play that Tyler Wyatt hit in his first at-bat yesterday was an error by the left fielder. That was the official ruling, when it should have been a hit because Fernando Kelly, the left fielder, ran like 15 yards to his left to try and make a running play, and it got over his glove. If he just stood there, it would have been an error, and everyone would have been fine. First pitch is a strike 1 looking. On a fastball, it goes outside a little above the knees at 0-1. The Volcanoes still with a runner on first base. Orta, the windup in the 0-1 pitch, that's in the dirt, and a slider for a 1-1 count. And the Volcanoes with a base runner on first, looking to increase his two-run lead. Matt Malkin, he got his first hit in the previous at-bat and advanced to second on an error by the right fielder Giovanni Cuevas. The 1-1 pitch is a ball 2. A slider on the inside corner. A 2-ball, 1-strike count. A wild pitch moved Malkin to third. He was almost the second run of the inning, but Tyler Wyatt struck out looking, and it ended the top of the second. 2 balls, 1 strike. Orta facing off against Malkin for the first time. The 2-1 pitch is an outside fastball for ball 3. That was above the knees, but was way outside the zone. A 3-ball, 1-strike count. 3-1. Malkin looking to get on base for the second time tonight. 3 balls and 1 strike to pitch. That's a check swing. Did he go? The infield stud says he didn't go. It was a check swing on another outside fastball. And the Volcanoes will have multiple runners on base for the first time tonight. Runners on first and second going to the top of the order. My mistake. The number 9 hitter in Tyler Wyatt, who struck out looking on a full count. He'll be looking for his first hit tonight. He has still been incredible since he got onto the Volcanoes roster. So with a batting average of .333, 6 for 18, 6 hits and 18 at-bats. That's still really good. First pitch by Orta. That's a blooper. That one is going to fall in right center field. Riding around third will be Harrison Freed. He is turning on the Jets. Throw to second to try and get Matt Malkin at second base is not in time. And now give Tyler Wyatt an RBI single. Harrison Freed scoring from second base. And the score is now 4-1. Salem-Keizer over Eugene. And we now go to the top of the order. In Yorlis Rodriguez, the center fielder American, the guy who fielded the ball through to second instead of throwing to home. To try and get Malkin, couldn't get him. Tyler Wyatt now with his first RBI in a Salem-Keizer Volcanoes uniform. First pitch to Rodriguez is a ball 1. That is a slider. So it's under the zone at 1-0. Oh, and 1 the pitch. Rodriguez gonna see another ball go past him. That's a fastball under the knees inside 2-0. The Volcanoes still with runners on first and second base. Malkin is at second base. And Tyler Wyatt, who just got his first RBI, is at first. 2-0. Orta the pitch. That is a ground ball fielded by the third baseman Reynolds, who touches the third base bag. Throw to first will be not in time as the ball will get out of the glove of the first baseman Grayson Bird. The second baseman Uma tried to throw to third, but he bobbles the ball. And there'll be runners on the corners. Matt Malkin will score and is now 5-1. It looked like Yorlis Rodriguez ran into the arm of Grayson Bird, knocking the ball out. From this angle, it looked like he had a shot at trying to get the ball in his glove. On a very wild throw by Reynolds, it looked like Rodriguez ran into the left arm of Grayson Bird as the ball will roll onto the baseline between first and second. A run will score. That is Matt Malkin. Tyler Wyatt will be going to third. They're going to call that a fielder's choice because, or my mistake, no, Matt Malkin was out at third base. What am I talking about? No, a run didn't score. Matt Malkin is out at third base. That's a fielder's choice. Tyler Wyatt is going to go to third because the ball got away from the first baseman Bird. First pitch to Jeff Hope is a swing and a miss and a strike 1. Count at 0-1. Order the pitch that is outside. A little bit of a pitch out there to the catcher Guerra. That is a slider outside. And the count now at 1-1. Hopi 0 for 1 with a ground out to the first baseman Grayson Bird. Was walked in the third inning on a full count and scored one of the 2 runs after that 2-run shot by Canario. The 1-1 pitch. That's a rip shot past the third base line. That is going to fall foul. And the count now at 1-2 strikes. And Orta ahead of the count, looking to finish off the top of the fourth. A run will score, and another run almost does. But Matt Malkin out at third base on the fourth. As Orta looking to throw to first, as Rodriguez will scamper back to the first base bag after hinting that he'll possibly steal. Runners on the corner for Salem-Keizer. They lead by 3 runs, a ball and 2 strikes. Orta, throw to first to try and get Rodriguez is not in time. Nice job by Yorlis, get back at the bag. Score now, Salem-Keizer 4, Eugene 1. With 4 runs on 5 hits so far, the Majority of the lineup contributing to the 4 runs in this game. The 1-2 pitch from Orta. Getting the sign from Guerra, who's a little bit outside of the plate. Timeout by Hopi. And the Volcanoes in the second game of a 4-game road series. The 1-2 pitch. That's a ground ball fielded by the second baseman Uma in the shift. Throws to first and will get Hopi out in time for the 3rd out. A run will score. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors and 2 runners left on. The Volcanoes make it a 3-run game going into the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Homegrown NFL star Kevin Boss of the Kansas City Chiefs goes to PT Northwest for his local physical therapy needs. With the help of PT Northwest, Kevin was able to achieve his goals of winning a Super Bowl. Need sports rehab yourself? Go where the pros go. Go online at ptnorthwest.com or call PT Northwest at 503-371-8860. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. PT Northwest is the premier sports rehab provider in the Willamette Valley and the official sports rehab provider to the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes.
If you or someone you know is a veteran or currently serving in the military, then listen up. The Mid-Willamette Veteran Stand-Down is happening Tuesday, September 3rd at Chemeketa Community College from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a great opportunity for veterans and those currently serving to learn more about their VA benefits and other programs serving our heroes in the Mid-Willamette Valley. There will be medical and dental services, a resume workshop with job fair, on-site legal support, classes to help you balance your budget, as well as listening session hosted by the VA Portland Healthcare System on the new VA Mission Act program. You don't want to miss this year's Veteran Stand-Down. For more information about the stand-down, or if you want to volunteer, call the Salem Vet Center at 503-362-9911 and ask for Rosie. That's 503-362-9911.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Volcanoes have increased their lead now to 4-1 over Eugene. Jacier Herrera back on the mound. Will start off against the designated hitter Jake Washer, who struck out against Herrera in his only other at-bat. First pitch on a curveball for a strike 1 looking. Herrera, 56 pitches through 3 innings. Wind up and the 0-1 pitch. That is an outside curveball for ball 1. That one getting above the knees. Bottom of the 4th inning right now at Rothhocken Field. Boise leading Hillsboro 1-0. Bottom of the 3rd, Vancouver has scored 5 runs in the 3rd. They now lead 7-3. It's still nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. The 1-1 pitch, a swing and a miss, and a strike 2 on a changeup. And the bottom of the 5th, the game is still tied at 1 between Everett and Spokane. This is a chance for the Aqua Sox to get 1 step closer to getting that playoff berth. A ball and 2 strikes. Herrera, the windup and the 1-2 pitch. That is inside, and a curveball that Herrera loses a little bit of control of. That one going a little too inside. The count is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It'll be Jake Washer, Josue Uma, and Jacob Olson. And the windup and the 2-2 pitch. That's a curveball down the 3rd base line, foul. And the count will stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now the Aqua Sox with a chance to try and get 1 step closer to that second half playoff spot, as they are 2 games behind Tri-City. Tri-City is trailing Vancouver right now by a lot, and Everett is tied with the Indians 1 apiece. 2-2 pitch. That is a well-hit drive going to left field. That one is just gone. That one spirited away in the left field, right near the foul pole. My goodness. Jake Washer. That's his first home run with Eugene. And the score is now 4-2, Salem-Keizer. Wow. That one was just destroyed. All you could do after seeing that one get hit is just watch it fly away. That one goes past the left field wall and beyond. That goes past the Volcanoes bullpen. Good golly. Okay, Volcanoes now lead by a score of 4-2. And now it's going to be Huma, Olsen, and Reynolds. That is the first home run for Jake Washer this year. Herrera, the first pitch is a chopper. This one fielded by Hopi right near the bag. Quick throw to first. He'll get the runner out at first base by half a step for out number one. That is also the first home run that Herrera has allowed as a Volcano this year. He did allow a home run in 10 games of the Arizona League. So at best, we might not see him allow a home run for the rest of the year. If not, maybe just one more. As it is pretty rare according to his stats in the Arizona League. Herrera, the first pitch to Jacob Olsen, the left fielder, is a fastball. Goes outside for a strike one looking. With the balloons going all around the concourse, we may have expected some baseballs. They're going to be floating tonight. That was one of them right there. Jake Washer hitting one over the bullpen. And the 0-1 pitch has a fastball. That one a foul ball getting off of the bat and maybe the catcher's helmet of Malkin. The count is at 0-2. So now 2 earned runs through 3 1/3 for Herrera. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Make that 3 2/3. That's a curveball. Above the knees outside. Olsen swinging at it. And it'll be the 4th strikeout for Herrera on the night. And we now go to the number 9 hitter, Ryan Reynolds, who has an RBI single that scored the first Eugene run. Josue Uma scoring one in the second. And the first pitch by Herrera is outside and a fastball for a 1-0 count. Two outs now in the bottom of the 4th, the 1-0 pitch. That is a ball 2. That's a fastball, just gets under the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. So I had a pretty interesting encounter before pregame started with one of the people that's getting ready to walk around the concourse here tonight. 2-0 pitch outside and a fastball for ball 3. Yeah, there was a cosplayer. I was talking with a couple of them. They're really nice guys. There was one who was cosplaying as Jack Skellington, who was getting ready, and the head that she made was very realistic to the original movie. The 3-0 pitch, that's a ball 4 on a changeup above the zone, and Ryan Reynolds is going to walk the first base. He's going to be at first base for the second time tonight. And we're now going to go to Giovanni Cuevas, the leadoff hitter, who has struck out twice. And so far, Salem-Keizer pitching has dominated leadoff hitting for Eugene. As Cuevas struck out swinging twice on both occasions. And so literally in 5 minutes around there, before pregame was set to begin, getting ready, decided to walk out, decided to go over there. First pitch is a strike one looking. Fastball above the knees and an 0-1 count. I decided to walk over there, and she was ready. She was ready to walk out. She had the head up. And it caught me off guard a little bit. That was the only thing here that generally freaked me out because I didn't expect it to happen, and it was very well done. The 0-1 pitch, that's another fastball swing and a miss, strike 2. That's just one of the many characters that were very here. It's definitely an amazing experience for everyone involved here on the night on M Street here at PK Park in Eugene. The 0-2 pitch is a curveball outside. That one going a little under the knees outside. Nice job by Malkin to keep the ball in play. And a 0-1 count. So the game-tying run is at the plate in Cuevas. And another 1-2 count. The count is at a ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch outside and a curveball for strike 2. And it looks like maybe one of the cosplayers is actually back in that press box because there is. I'm looking over at the skyboxes over here. You have a number of kids who are in one of them. They're looking into that press box. I think one of them is in there. 2 balls and 2 strikes to pitch. That's a fly ball foul and a fastball from Herrera. That one is going, I believe, over the roof. That was covering behind home plate in the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Herrera is one strike away from getting out of the fourth. Runner at first base in Reynolds. The 2-2 pitch. That's a rip shot into the gap in left center. Running the third is Reynolds, and he's going to get there safely. And Eugene's going to have runners on the corners with 2 outs again. Ryan Reynolds also had a pretty good jump on that pitch as well, as the game-tying run is now at first base. Luis Vasquez, the shortstop, will walk up to the plate. As Vasquez, he is 0-1 with a walk and a fly out to right field. As Vasquez will look to get some more runs on the board for Eugene. Matt Malkin going up to talk to Asier Herrera. He's still doing pretty solid. 2 earned runs through 3 2/3. Not bad at all. Well, let's see if he can make it 4 full. Herrera getting the sign from Matt Malkin. Luis Vasquez, the shortstop, at the plate. First pitch. That is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop, Hope. He tosses the second for the force, and the inning is over. And just like that, the Volcanoes get out of the jam. Only 1 run would score on 2 hits. No errors. And 2 runners left on. The score now, Salem-Keizer 4, Eugene 2, going into the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
At Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions, we offer complete home comfort together in one place.
With a variety of heating and cooling systems and a full range of energy-related home improvements, including insulation, duct leakage testing and sealing, energy audits, performance assessments, and more.
How can we help you be more comfortable in your home? Give us a call and find out.
Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions, complete home comfort together in one place. 363-4822.
When your vehicle is getting hard to crank, it's time to change batteries. The next time, you may be stuck at a bad location. See the pros at Batteries Northwest now and have the battery check. They have hundreds of different batteries available. Whatever you drive, there's a good chance that Batteries Northwest has the right one for you. A low-performing battery will do damage to other parts of your vehicle as well. BatteriesNorthwest.com. That's BatteriesNorthwest.com. Call 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you.
If you have a plumbing problem, you need Done Right Plumbing and Drain. Aaron Hackney and his crew strive to get the job done right the first time. But before you call, you need to stop by halfpriceoregon.com. You can get a $75 gift certificate on any service for just $19.99. That's right, you could get a $75 gift certificate for only $19.99, but only at halfpriceoregon.com. Get her done right with Done Right Plumbing and Drain. Visit them at donerightplumbingsalem.com.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we're now back in the top of the 5th inning. The Volcanoes now leading by a score of 4-2 after Jake Washer for Eugene hits his first home run of the year. First pitch from Rydell Orta to Canario is a fastball upstairs and a ball 1. The 1-0 pitch to Canario is a fastball, this time outside above the knees at ball 2. It'll be Canario, Pomares, and Aldretti. Canario with that 2-run home run in his last at bat. The 2-0 pitch outside, 3 balls, no strikes. That one above the knees and another fastball. Canario is the last batter for Josh Bergman, who allowed a 2-run home run. It got off of the glove of the center fielder Edmund Americano when he tried to make a leaping play at the wall, but it goes over the wall. And the Volcanoes led by a score of 3-1. They now lead by a score of 4-2. The 3-0 pitch, swing and a miss, and a fastball for strike 1. Bottom of the 5th now at Ron Tonkin Field. Hillsborough has tied the game up at 1 apiece with Boise. Still the same score with Everett and Spokane. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and a fastball for strike 2. There is a pitcher in the bullpen for Eugene. Rydell Orta has thrown an inning and 2/3 of relief so far. 29 pitches, 16 strikes. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The wind-up and the payoff pitch. That is a ground ball down the third baseline, foul. Game is tied at 1 between Boise and Hillsborough. Vancouver, they will finish off the bottom of the 3rd, scoring 6 runs. And they now lead by a score of 8-4. Rydell Orta making his second appearance against the Volcanoes after the losing pitcher in his only other appearance. The payoff pitch on pop fly. That one going right near foul territory. Grayson Bird right near the Emeralds dugout on the first base side is under it and will make the catch for out number 1. Here is the right fielder Jairo Pomares looking for his first hit of the night. Strikeout in a pop-out for the third baseman Ryan Reynolds for out number 1 and was the first batter for Rydell Orta. Orta this season for Eugene is 1-2 with an ERA of 4.08. He is currently making his 10th appearance. 17 2/3 innings. First pitch is a shot in the center field. American is under it. Is going to make the catch. And a line out on a ball that goes straight to him for out number 2. And now here's Carter Aldretti, who was looking for his first hit of the night. Grounded out a couple times. The shortstop Vasquez, second baseman Uma. And Orta in 17 2/3 innings entering today. 21 hits, 8 earned runs, allowing 2 home runs. He hit a batter, walked 6, and struck out 9. And now has a chance to finish off the 5th here. Carter Aldretti, the first baseman at the plate. Wind up in the first pitch. That is a strike 1 looking on a slider. Goes in the bottom portion of the strike zone under the knees, and the count's at 0-1. Rydell Orta, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. As the Volcanoes look to get some runs on the board. Volcanoes 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Eugene 2 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. The 0-1 pitch has ripped into the glove of the third baseman Reynolds. Throws to first, it gets into the glove of the first baseman Grayson Bird, who tags Aldretti as he is forced off of the bag, and the inning is over. A 1-2-3 inning for Rydell Orta. A nice play by Grayson Bird to tag Carter Aldretti as he knew that he was going to be forced off of the first base bag. We now go to the bottom of the 5th. Herrera will be done, I believe, after 4. Yes, he will. Jacier Herrera will be done after 4 innings. They're going to bring in a new pitcher, and we're going to find out who it is after this break. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is a proud sponsor of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. This is a team that puts their heart and soul into every game, whether it's at home or Volcano Stadium or a game in someone else's hometown. Before you head out to your next adventure in a new town or destination, stop by your local Les Schwab for a free visual alignment and brake check. It's the perfect double play for a safe driving experience. Or ask about the Les Schwab free pre-trip safety check. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire. Woo, woo. Oh, it's an alien invasion. Pew, pew. I guess I'll just eat this Egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one? Or...
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
No dental insurance coverage? That is no problem at Northwest Dental Arts. This is Dr. Jennifer Frankel inviting you to take a look at our in-house dental benefits plan. After payment of an annual fee, you receive 2 dental cleanings, 2 exams, and any necessary x-rays. Those enrolled in the plan also receive 30% off of any other dental treatment they need, such as fillings and crowns. There are no waiting periods and no limits. Call us today at 503-463-4663 or find us online at smilesthatshine.com. That's smilesthatshine.com.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back at the bottom of the 5th inning. The Volcanoes, they lead the Eugene Emeralds by a score of 4-2. Jacier Herrera is done after 4 innings, allowing 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He has walked 1, 2, 3 hitters and has struck out 1, 2, 3, 4 hitters, as we'll bring in a new pitcher. He calls it a bullpen, brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli. You won't make an error at Cozy's because they'll hit it out of the park. The new pitcher is Andy Roloff, number 13, the 23-year-old from Coconut Creek, Florida, making his first appearance since the 24th. No wins and no losses right now, an ERA of 4.5. Because that he is pitching in the 5th, and if he finishes the 5th, he'll have a chance at his first win. He is making his 16th appearance, 18 innings, 13 hits, 9 runs. He has walked 9 batters and has struck out 19. He has thrown mainly in an inning, maybe 2 innings in some cases. As Roloff is facing off against the Emeralds for the 4th time tonight. Roloff against the center fielder Edmund American. Wind up in the first pitch is a strike one, looking on a fastball. Have the Volcanoes with 3 defenders in the shift. Hopi right near the bag. The 0-1 pitch is outside on a 1-1 count. It'll be the center fielder Edmund American, the catcher Alex Guerra, and the first baseman Grayson Bird. The 1-1 pitch by Roloff, swing and a miss. Not a fastball at 94 for strike 2. And now at a ball and 2 strikes, American 0 for 1 with a ground out and a hit by pitch. There's a huge swing there by American, and he doesn't make contact. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, that is inside, and a strike 3 called on an inside fastball above the knees. And Roloff strikes out American for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Now we go to Alex Guerra, the starting catcher, 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. He flew out to the right fielder Jairo Pomares on a 1-0 count in the 3rd. And roll off the windup and the first pitch. That is a swing and a foul chopper as it moves Guerra on 1 knee, and the count is at 0-1. The starting catcher Alex Guerra, first time that he is starting behind the plate. Against the Volcanoes, mainly as a designated hitter. The 0-1 pitch, a 1-hopper. That gets off of the catcher's helmet of Malkin. That was on a curveball from Roloff. Goes up to the top of the netting. Count is even at 1-1. And Roloff getting the sign from Malkin. Now there's 3 defenders on covering left field. The 1-1 pitch. That is a fastball up and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Volcanoes is given their 2nd scoreless inning of the night. Got a scoreless inning in the top of the 1st. 2 balls and a strike. Roloff the windup of the pitch. That is a strike 2 looking on an outside fastball around the same spot. But the home plate umpire Zdenek Zedek will call strike 2. As Roloff is now ahead of the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind up. And the pitch to Guerra. That is a swing and a miss and a strike 3. And Guerra throws his bat. And it hits the netting above the Volcanoes dugout. I have never seen that before in person. That is... He lost the grip of his bat, and it hits the top netting above the Volcanoes dugout. It looks like one of the Volcanoes players, maybe... I believe that's Canario, who's hanging on top of the dugout, almost made a play of trying to catch the bat after it hit the netting, but, oh, geez. Never seen that before. And Roloff strikes out Guerra. That was a strike 3, too. First pitch to Grayson Bird outside and a ball 1. He's looking for his first hit of the night. Volcanoes leading Eugene by a score of 4-2, trying to get one step closer to that second half Northwest League South championship, as Hillsborough is currently 3 games ahead of the Volcanoes in that. The 1-0 pitch is inside and a ball 2 fastball. Rolls away from the catcher Malkin. 2 balls, no strikes. Game is still tied at 1 between the Hawks and the Hillsborough Hops. Everett and Spokane still tied at 1. Tri-City and Vancouver are still 8-4. Roll off, 2 balls, no strikes to start things off against Bird. The windup in the pitch. That is a ball 3 on a fastball that just gets outside. That's above the knees. It's a 3-ball, no strike count. as Roloff tries to finish off the bottom of the fifth. Trying to make this the first scoreless inning since the first. And the 3-0 pitch is a ball 4 and a fastball outside, under the knees. And will be a 4-pitch walk. Grayson Bird going to first base as the game-tying run walks up to the plate in Jake Washer. He hit that solo home run over the wall in left field and over the left field bullpen as well. That was a very well-hit ball. As he represents the game-tying run walking up to the plate. Roloff getting the sign from the catcher, Malkin. The windup and the first pitch is a ball 1. Fastball down and in on a 1-0 count. Washer with that solo home run. His first home run of the season was his 6th RBI as well. Hopi almost in short right. Tyler Wyatt hugging the line. Yorlis Rodriguez right near the second base bag. A ball and no strikes. Roll off the pitch. That is a ball 2. Fastball low and in. 2 balls, no strikes. Struck out against Javier Herrera in the second inning. Hit a home run against Herrera in the 4th. There is a chance that Herrera may be online for his 4th win, but I would not bet towards that. The 2-0 pitch is under the zone on a fastball for ball 3. On deck for Eugene is Josue Uma, who scored the only other run for Eugene in the second. As Roloff faces off against another 3-0 count. Wind up in the 3-0 to Washer. That is a strike 1 looking on a fastball outside. Another outside fastball by Roloff. Called a strike, and the count is at 3-1. So the next 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the top of the 6th against maybe a new pitcher for Eugene. Harrison Freed, Baker Mendoza, and Matt Malkin. The 3-1 pitch is a fastball. Low under the knees outside, ball 4. And Eugene will have runners on first and second base with 2 outs. We now go to the second baseman, Josue Uma, who grounded out to the shortstop, Jeff Hopi, for out number 1 in the 4th after Jake Washer at that home run. And a timeout by Salem-Keizer. Andy Roloff on the mound. There is someone in the bullpen for the Volcanoes at the moment, as the catcher Matt Malkin is also walking up. The Volcanoes are currently holding on to a 4-2 lead here in the second game of this 4-game road series against the Emeralds. And this is also the second game of a 6-game series in which the Volcanoes will play 4 games here and 2 games at Volcano Stadium to cap off the season against September 1st. First pitch is at 5:05 on September 2nd. First pitch is at 4:05. And we now go to the second baseman, Josue Uma. Dwight Bernard, he was talking to Andy Roloff as well as the catcher, Matt Malkin. The Emeralds, with runners on first and second base, they've left 6 runners on base in the first 4 innings. Roloff, the windup and the first pitch. That is inside and a ball 1. Nice job by Malkin of keeping that ball in play. The count will start off at 1-0. At first base, Jake Washer. Second base, Grayson Bird. As the go-ahead run is at home plate, and Uma, the 1-0 pitch, a ball that gets inside. Uma scurrying away from the hitter's box. And the count is at 2 balls and no strikes. The Eugene Emeralds with a chance to make it interesting. They trail by 2. A base hit could give them a run. And an extra base hit could maybe even tie the game. 2 balls and no strikes. Andy Roloff getting the sign from Malkin. Runners on first and second. The windup in the pitch. That's a ground ball. That one getting past both Trey and Rodriguez. Running around third is Grayson Bird, and he is going to score as the throw is offline. And it is an RBI single for Josue Uma, and the score is now 4-3 again. Another ground ball right near the line, gets past both Aldrete and Rodriguez again. Ryan Reynolds hit a single that went around that same area as well. And the Volcanoes lead by 1 run as Grayson Bird will slide in safely. Here's the left fielder, Jacob Olson, who struck out swinging in his last time up. As now Nestor Rojas is going to be taking out Andy Roloff. After only 2/3 of an inning, you have a pitcher in the bullpen warming up for a while with the Volcanoes. It looks like that may be Ben Madison. First time in a while that we've seen him. He threw 21 pitches and 8 strikes for Roloff, so it would make sense why he would be gone after 2/3 of an inning. Ben Madison walking up to the mound. I believe this is the first time that he's pitched against Eugene here at PK Park. And it is not. It's his second time. First time since July 7th. It has been a while. As Andy Roloff will be done after 2/3 of an inning, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and a base hit. And here with the Volcanoes, Madison has the second lowest ERA in the Northwest League, or not in the Northwest League, on the team, with a 1.82 ERA in 13 games. Has a save under his belt, allowed 5 runs in 24 2/3, walking 13, striking out 30, with another opposing batting average under 200. This one at 193. And an ERA of 1.82, second lowest on the team, to Dare Bear Bolivar, who has an ERA under 1, 0.92, even though he allowed a run in the bottom of the 9th inning. In yesterday's game, the Volcanoes, they won. As the lowest ERA for a starting pitcher is Danny Olivero with Hillsborough with a 2.12 ERA. Looking at the top 7 starting pitchers. Well, Bolivar, he has made a number of appearances throughout the course of the season. He's only allowed 2 runs. Olivero leading the Northwest League in ERA for starting pitching with a 2.12 ERA, and in wins with 7. Marcos Teneo, 6 wins, an ERA of 2.32. And you have Kervin Castro and Travis Perry both up there as well, with almost a 1-run difference, a little over a run difference between Castro and Perry at the 4th and 5th spot. Castro with an ERA of 2.74, Perry with an ERA now of 3.82. And we now go back to the field of play. Ben Madison against Jacob Olson. Runners on first and second. Game-tying run is at second base in scoring position. First pitch is a swing and a miss. That is a swing and a miss, strike 1, but the ball gets away from the catcher, Malkin, and the runners will advance on a wild pitch by Madison. It is a strike, though, because Olson swung at it, but he did not make contact. And the count starts off at 0-1. Runners on first, now on second and third. So the Volcanoes not only has a chance to lose the lead and have the game tied, but Eugene will also have a chance to maybe even take the lead on a base hit. The 0-1 pitch by Madison. That is a shot going to the left field. Harrison Freed is under it. Freed's going to make the catch, and that's going to end the inning. Ben Madison has finished off the inning. Andy Roloff will only allow 1 run. It is 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on. The score now Salem-Keizer 4, Eugene 3, going into the 6th. Eugene, I believe, is bringing in a new pitcher, and they are. We're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Boone Ridge Senior Living is a lifestyle choice. Whether you desire assisted living or need memory care, Boone Ridge can be just the place for you or your loved ones. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary, and it's obvious from the moment you step through the doors. With our walking paths, fitness centers, open restaurant-style dining, and 24-hour skilled staff, you will want to call Boone Ridge home. Go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and learn more. Or for a tour, call 503-979-9611.
Built as user-friendly as it is budget-friendly, the Kubota Z100 zero-turn mower can maneuver any landscape and cut a lawn worth admiring. With smooth controls and a cut that's adjustable right from the seat, this machine makes mowing way more comfortable, all while delivering professional-grade results. Find yours at your local dealer. Kubota. Shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
$2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the sixth inning. The Volcanoes now lead Eugene by a score of 4-3. Eugene slowly trying to come back here as the Emeralds bringing in a new pitcher in Brad Depperman, who will be making his first appearance against the Volcanoes. Wearing jersey number 32 here today. They'll be facing off against the 6, 7, and 8 hitters, Harrison Freed, Baker Mendoza, and Matt Malkin. Depperman, the 23-year-old from Indianapolis, drafted in the 7th round of the 2019 draft out of North Florida. He pitched in 2 games in the Arizona League, and he was 2-0, allowing 1 run in 3 2/3 innings. While here for Eugene, currently no wins, no losses, an ERA of 0. And is making his 3rd appearance. He threw for 4 innings, allowing no runs on 3 hits, walked 4 and struck out 5. He threw 2 innings against Everett on the 23rd. 2 innings, a hit, no run, walked 3 and struck out 2. And his first appearance was at Spokane. This is his first home start, or home appearance, as he threw 2 innings, allowing a walk and striking out 3 at Spokane. So Depperman will start off against the left fielder Harrison Freed. Wind up man the first pitch. That is a ball 1 that is inside on a fastball. That goes up and inside around the layers on a 1-0 count. Depperman, the 1-0 pitch. That's a fly ball past the first base side at 1-1. So Rydell Orta throwing 2 2/3 innings. Allowing 2 hits and 1 run. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss and a strike to Depperman, showing fastball at mid-90s. Walking 1, striking out no one. So Rydell Orta, 2 2/3, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, striking out no one. And the 1-2 pitch is a ground ball fielded by the third baseman Ryan Reynolds. Throw to first will get Freed in time for out number 1. And immediately after the ball hit and after Freed made contact, you heard some fans moan at that. They wanted some discount beer, and so far they haven't gotten any. And the third at bat, they're getting hungry, or in this case, they're getting thirsty. And we now go to Baker Mendoza, 0 for 1 with a run, and it got on base on an error in the 2nd inning. Depperman, the step back in the windup and the first pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a strike 1. Mendoza 0 for 1, getting on base on an error. Also popped out to the shortstop Vasquez. The score now 4-3 Volcanoes. That is a fly ball going into short center field. Uma, Vasquez, and Americon trying to get to it. It will be caught by the shortstop. My mistake, the second baseman, Uma, with the catch. As he almost drops it, he bobbles it a little bit, but he'll make the catch for out number 2 here in the top of the 6th. Here's the number 8 hitter, Matt Malkin, who is 1 for 1 with a single and a walk. He got his first hit with the Volcanoes in his first at-bat in the 2nd inning, and was stranded at 3rd. In the 4th inning, he was walked and got out in a force out on 3rd base. Wind up in the first pitch by Depperman. Wind up, and the first pitch is a shot going in the short right field. Cuevas running for it. Cuevas trying to make the play. He'll not make the catch. That ball will get away from him right near the line, and Malkin will go to second base. Giovanni Cuevas trying to make a running catch, but he's not able to. That's going to be a single. It's going to be a base hit. I believe it's not going to be a single because Malkin's at second. I believe they're going to call that a bloop double for Matt Malkin. Because right now it still says that Eugene has 2 errors. I believe they are going to call that a bloop double for Matt Malkin. And he will go to second base. So for now, that extra base hit brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. And we go to the number 9 hitter and Tyler Wyatt. First pitch is a foul ball. That one, Wyatt just got under. He'll hit the net and count as that 0-1. Wyatt, he had a RBI single in the 4th inning. He has a chance to get his second RBI of both his tenure with the Volcanoes and the second RBI tonight. So Malkin getting a second hit and his first double. The 0-1 pitch, that is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop Vasquez. Throws to the first baseman Bird, gets him in time to end the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. The score will stay 4-3 as the Volcanoes will try to keep this 4-3 lead. Ben Madison on the mound in the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspen Walls Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Volcanoes leading Eugene by 1 run once again around this point in the game. Similar to what happened yesterday, in which the Volcanoes were leading Eugene 4-3. The only difference is that here today, all the runs have been scattered throughout the course of this game, instead of all of them being scrunched up into one inning. The majority of them. The next pitcher for the Volcanoes, Ben Madison. He is looking to throw his first full inning of the night after he got Jacob Olson to line out to left field with runners on second and third. And we'll start off against the 9-1-2 hitters, Ryan Reynolds, Giovanni Cuevas, and Luis Vasquez. Madison, the 21-year-old from Benton, Arkansas, wind up in the first pitch. That is a swing and a miss. That is a fastball for strike one. A fastball under the knees outside. Count starts off at 0-1. It'll be Reynolds, Cuevas, and Vasquez, and Madison will face off in the 6th. Wind up in the 0-1 pitch. That is inside and a ball 1 on a slider. Currently 1-0 with an ERA of 1.82. Definitely has gone down just a little bit. Last time he was on the mound, he threw 3 innings of relief on the 24th. On the second game of the 4-game series against Vancouver. And the 1-1 pitch is a swing and a miss and a changeup that gets away from the catcher Malkin, rolls towards the Emerald dugout on the first base side. And the count is now at a ball and 2 strikes. So So Canario, earlier in this game, he got his home run with Salem-Keizer. That's his 16th overall. He had 7 in the Arizona League. And a ball and 2 strikes. Ben Madison looking to get the first guy out. Is Ryan Reynolds, the switch hitter for Eugene, will be playing lefty today. The 1-2 pitch that is outside gets off the glove of Malkin on an outside fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one under the letters. Last time he was up, he threw 3 innings of relief at Vancouver, allowing just 1 hit, walking 1, striking out 4 on 22 pitches. In his previous start beforehand, he threw 3 innings and 44 pitches against the Everett Aqua Sox. Madison, the 2-2 pitch outside. That is a fastball up and out, full count, 3-2. The most innings that he has thrown in a game is 3 2/3, and that was in 42 pitches. The most pitches he has thrown in an outing is 44 with Salem-Keizer, and that was against Everett. As Madison looks to get the first guy out here, we're getting to the 2-hour mark. As it looks like we have a little bit of a timeout here by the 9-hitter Ryan Reynolds. He is 1 for 1 with an RBI single and a walk, where he was stranded at third base. Game is still tied at 1 between Everett and Spokane in the 7th inning. And the payoff pitch is a ball 4. Madison thought that was a strike. That was a slider in the inside corner. And Madison thought he had the perfect pitch. Smiling a little bit on the mound as a default reaction to that call right there, as he was walking off the rubber, as what he normally does when he strikes somebody out. But then he finds out that pitch is a ball 4. He just stops abruptly. Now we go to the top of the order, and Giovanni Cuevas, 1 for 3 with a single in his last at-bat. First pitch is outside on a ball 1. It is Reynolds, Cuevas, and Vasquez. We also got an update from Ron Tonkin Field, bottom of the 6th. A bases-loaded walk gives Hillsborough a 2-1 lead. Bottom of the 5th, the score now 9-4, Vancouver over Tri-City. And the 1-0 pitch, that's inside. That is under the letters and a fastball, 2-0. As the Volcanoes will try to keep this 1-run lead here at PK Park in Eugene, Oregon, on the University of Oregon campus. Runner on first base in Ryan Reynolds. The 2-0 pitch is a strike 1, looking on a slider inside above the knees, 2-1. And the Volcanoes now with 4 runs and 6 hits. The Emeralds have scored a run in each of the last 2 innings. We'll make it 4-3. The 2-1 pitch is outside, and a slider out for ball 3. A total of 5 walks total, with Andy Roloff getting 2 walks in the 5th. There was a walk in the 4th, but the run in the 4th inning was credited on the home run by Jake Washer. And the payoff pitch, that's a strike 2, looking, throw to second. Did he get him out? Yes, he did. Matt Malkin gunning down Ryan Reynolds at second base to end the threat. That was a 3-1 count. That's a strike 2 looking. And Matt Malkin guns down his first runner at second base in Ryan Reynolds. He throws it to Yorlis Rodriguez. The count is now full at 3-2 for out number 1. That ends the threat for the time being. There's nobody on base, as Rodriguez just tags Ryan Reynolds as he slides into the bag. Count is now full at 3-2. Madison with a chance to get the second out on another pitch, and he will not. As a ball 4 and a fastball up and in, and that's the back-to-back walks now for Ben Madison. Now here's the shortstop, Luis Vasquez, who had a fielder's choice in the 4th inning in his last time up. Got a fielder's choice and is 0 for 2 with a walk. in the first inning, flew out to right field in the third, and hit a fielder's choice in the fourth that ended the fourth inning and also ended the night for Jacier Herrera. Ben Madison looks over at first, doesn't throw. Madison throwing the first pitch to Vasquez for the first time tonight. That is a strike one, looking on a fastball. That goes a little under the knees and inside on a 0-1 count. The Volcanoes playing the second game of this 4-game series. Kervin Castro will pitch tomorrow, to which his start will co-align with the first game of the Northwest League South Division playoffs after the 5-day break. They'll possibly throw a couple of innings just to get him warmed up. The 0-1 pitch is a ball one and a slider. Just gets inside on a 1-1 count. Because if you really think about it, Castro is going to go on the mound tomorrow. He has a couple of starts. His last couple of starts have not been great, as he's only thrown a couple of innings. One of those outings was here. So there is a chance that he may only throw a couple of innings here tomorrow. So he'll get ready to play in the playoffs. The 1-1 pitch, that's a check swing. That is a ball two and a fastball under the knees inside in a 2-1 count. Luis Vasquez, 0 for 3. My mistake, 0 for 2 in 3 plate appearances. Was walked in the first, flew out to right field on a 1-2 count, got into a fielder's choice in the fourth, in which Jeff Hope threw to second to get Giovanni Cuevas out of second base. The 2-1 pitch, that is a strike two, looking on a slider. A little bit more in the middle of the zone at the knees. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The next 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the top of the 7th. That's going to be Rodriguez, Hopi, and Canario, possibly against Brad Depperman. Madison in the stretch, 2-2. Has a chance to get the second out. Throw to first is not in time to try and get Cuevas. So far, Giovanni Cuevas is just 1 for 1 on stolen bases, but that doesn't mean that he'll take the chance to get a second one. He'll take the chance to steal a bag if he needs to. And same here, runner goes, 2-2, swing and a miss and a strike 3 as Cuevas will go to second base. And Giovanni Cuevas will get a stolen base on that pitch. He had a pretty good jump before Madison could even get to his windup. And he would strike out Vasquez for out number 2 in the 6th. And the game-tying run is now at second base. Edmund American is at the plate, 0 for 2 with a ground out, a strikeout, and got hit by a pitch. Ben Madison looking to throw the first pitch. Malkin moving a little bit outside. That one getting away from Malkin, the catcher, and he can't throw to third. That one hitting the netting, going straight back to Malkin, but he can't throw it to third base. And Giovanni Cuevas now represents the game-tying run 90 feet away for Eugene here in the bottom of the 6th. The count will start off at 1-0. Madison will try and get out of the inning. So far, no pitchers in the bullpen for the Volcanoes, which means that he'll have a chance to throw in this inning, maybe in the 7th as well. The 1-0 pitch, tries bunting. That is a foul ball by American. He tried to bunt for it, but it'll land in foul territory right near home plate. The count is even at 1-1. Game-tying run for Eugene, 90 feet away. And a ball and a strike. Madison, the pitch. That is a ball 2 and a change-up down low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now the Emeralds throughout the course of the day celebrating Nightmare on M Street, horror movie night. It's hard to tell from here in the press box because you don't have a good view of the concourse, but that's mainly what the team has been celebrating. The 2-1 pitch, a swing and a miss on a slider for strike 2. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Madison 1 strike away from getting out of the 6th. He has shown throughout this season that he does have ice in his veins after that 3 2/3 innings performance against the Boise Hawks that sealed a playoff berth and got him his only win. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ben Madison against Edmund American, looking for his first hit of the night. The 2-2 pitch, that's a chopper, a high one, fielded by Wyatt at third base. Barehanded, throws the first, gets past the first baseman Aldretti. The game is now tied. American's going to go to second. Tyler Wyatt trying to make a nice play. He almost made an amazing play. Barehanded in a high chopper. The ball getting past the first baseman, Carter Aldretti, and the game is now tied at 4. A run will score on Giovanni Cuevas. That's the first error. No, they're going to call that a hit. It was a high chopper. It was hit by Tyler Wyatt. No, it was fielded by Tyler Wyatt, a barehanded play. They're going to call that an RBI single that's going to score Cuevas. And the game is now tied at 4 apiece. Both teams with 6 hits. Here's Alex Guerra. The windup in the first pitch, that is a swing and a miss and a strike 1 on a changeup 0-1. The go-ahead run is at second base in American. It is a single and an error instead of just an error. The count at no balls and 1 strike. Madison looking over at second towards American. And you have a lot of people here saying that he balked. The umpire, Zdenek Zedek, not seeing eye to eye with the fans here. And the 0-1 pitch is a slider, and the count is even at 1-1. Madison trying to get out of the bottom of the 6th. He scored 2 runs here. My mistake, 1 run. The 1-1 pitch, fly ball. That one staying in the infield already. The first baseman is under it, and the inning is over. 1 run will score here in the 6th. 1 run. So far as I can tell, it is earned on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 runner left on. The game is now tied at 4 apiece going into the top of the 7th. A brand new ball game. You're listening to 1430 KN. Salem is listening.
John's Decks and Fences says if you're considering a new or replacement deck or fence, don't wait. Lumber prices are sure to go up. Meet with John at your home or business and share your ideas. Many local home and business owners are enjoying the decks that John has built. Others appreciate the attractive fencing for privacy. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so this means big savings for you. Call John at 855-946-5393. John's Decks and Fences will hit a home run for you. CCB number 219310.
Hi, this is Michelle at Copycats, located in West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer. We are much more than a full-service copy center. While we have the latest technology in self-service and full-service copy machines, we also offer an amazing array of printing and binding options. Color copying, offset printing, process color printing, laser engraving, and a full-color poster. We do it all. Copycats offers high-quality products and services in addition to printing and copying, such as trophies, awards, signs, banners, business forms, and invitations. We also stock hundreds of different papers, from elegant stationery stock to suit every taste. So let Copycats of West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer take care of you. Find us online at copycatsnw.com. At Copycats, our cats are paper trained.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back in the top of the 7th inning. It is a whole new ball game here at PK Park. The Emeralds have scored at least 1 run in the last 3 innings, and they have now tied the Volcanoes by a score of 4-4. As Brad Depperman is back on the mound in the top of the 7th. They'll face off against the top of the order, Rodriguez, Hopi, and Canario. Rodriguez looking for his first hit. Wind up and the first pitch by Depperman. That is a shot that is ripped down the left field line. That might be for 2. That is going to be fielded by the left fielder, Olsen. He is now going to go for 2. He's going to stay at first. Wasn't hit that far. in the left field. There was a chance that if it got to the warning track, it would have been for 2, but it didn't. And Yorlis Rodriguez will get a leadoff single, his first hit here in the 7th. As we now go to the shortstop, Jeff Hope, who is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run here tonight. As Hope, the bonus beer batter here alongside Harrison Freed. And the Volcanoes with the go-ahead run here in the 7th. This one ripped down the 3rd. That's foul. Count starts off at 0-1. Hope, he was 0 for 2 with a walk in the 3rd inning and scored. As the Volcanoes have the go-ahead run here in the 1st inning, they got their 7th hit as well. The 2nd one against Depperman. The windup and the 0-1 pitch, that is a strike 2 looking on an outside fastball. Above the belt, 0-2. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th, and the Volcanoes will try and get some runs on the board after they just lost their 3-run lead. And the 0-2 pitch, that's a rip shot past the glove of a diving Ryan Reynolds, and Rodriguez will go to second base. That was right near the left field line. Ryan Reynolds trying to dive for it and could not make the play. It was a soft liner. Reynolds trying to make the play, can't do it. It's a base hit. Volcanoes will have runners on 1st and 2nd base. And we now go to the center fielder, Canario. He had a 2-run home run back in the 3rd. And now he has a chance to get some more RBIs here in the 7th. And Depperman in the stretch. First pitch to Guerra. Wind up. First pitch. That's a rip shot in the left field, and the bases will be loaded. Riding around 3rd. No, Rodriguez is riding around 3rd to throw to the plate. Not in time. That gets past the catcher, Guerra. It looked like the bases would be loaded as Jacob Olson fielded the ball pretty quickly, but Nestor Rojas gave Rodriguez a green light on the first pitch. Alex Canario with his 3rd RBI of the night. And the Volcanoes have retaken the lead again by a score of 5-4. Here's the right fielder, Jairo Pomares, who was looking for his first hit of the night. Timeout by Eugene. Armando Gabino, the Emeralds pitching coach, is walking up to talk to Depperman, who has allowed 3 straight singles, all of them going into left field. Rodriguez with a leadoff single. Hope on an 0-2 count with a soft liner past the left field line, and Alex Canario on a first pitch RBI single. The Eugene Emeralds celebrating Nightmare on M Street. They have the many cosplayers in makeup and in character here around the stadium. Got a couple of them up here in the skybox right here. You have one that's dressed up as Jack Skellington. That is very well done. Looks like something out of a creepypasta. Depperman, the first pitch to Jairo Pomares is at 0-1. Looks like the Slenderman's very rich relative. Just seeing him just stand there. He's just leaning on the wall. It's fascinating but creepy just looking at it at the same time. I like it. The 0-1 pitch, Pomar has a foul ball and a fastball. Hits the netting. The count is at 0-2. So Canario will get his 39th RBI of the season. An RBI single. He is now second in the Northwest League in RBIs. Blaine Krim has 44. And that leads the Northwest League. Trent Tinglestad now at third place with 38. The windup in the 0-2 by Depperman. Swing and a miss, and a fastball for strike 3 for out number 1 in the 7th. As Pomares will strike out for the second time. Here's Carter Aldretti with a chance to get his first hit and to knock in a couple of runs. Canario with 39 on the season. The player that is closest to Canario's number, there's 2 players with the Volcanoes that are closest to that number. Both of them aren't even on the roster right now. That's Franklin Labor and Sean Roby. Brad Depperman, the first pitch to Carter Aldretti is a ball 1 and a fastball under the zone a little bit outside. Under the knees, 1-0. He is 0 for 3 with a ground out to the shortstop, second baseman, and third baseman. The ball and no strikes. Volcanoes 5 runs, 9 hits, and an error. Eugene 4 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. Depperman get the sign from Alex Guerra. Runners on first and second for Salem-Keizer. They just took the lead back at 5-4. The 1-0 pitch is a slider. That goes a little outside, but will go over the knees at 1-1. Here in the top of the 7th inning, Salem-Keizer taking a 5-4 lead over Eugene. The 1-1 pitch by Depperman, that's a ball 2, another fastball that goes under the zone. And the count is at 2 balls and a strike. So the Volcanoes already know who they're going to play in the playoffs, and that's Hillsboro. But now the question is, can they get the second half Northwest League Championship? They are currently 3 games behind Hillsboro for a chance to get it. Now, the chances of them getting it is pretty slim, and honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they don't get it. They're in the playoffs after all. But that's really the only thing that we could really see and pay attention to now. The 2-1 pitch is a foul ball. That one going on. It looked like it was on the roof, and it gets into the skybox. As the count is even at 2-2, Brad Depperman, that was his first strikeout in his last at-bat against Pomares. Currently bottom of the 7th inning, Hillsboro 3, Boise 1. Vancouver still leading Tri-City 9-4, going to the bottom of the 8th. The game is still tied at 1 between Everett and Spokane. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The windup of the pitch by Depperman, that's a deep drive, going to left center field. Back goes Olsen. Olsen is looking up at the warning track. That is over the wall. Is it gone? Yes, it is. Carter Aldretti with a 3-run home run. And you bet that Aldretti was ready for that 93-mile-an-hour fastball. A 3-run home run. Carter Aldretti, his first hit of the night, his 3rd home run, 15 RBIs. And the Volcanoes jumping back into the lead. A very well-hit ball in the left center. And the score is now Salem-Keizer 8, Eugene 4. Now here's Harrison Freed, the left fielder. Brad Depperman on line for his first loss now, considering he just allowed that home run in addition to the RBI single. Lined up in the first pitch by Depperman. That is a ball 1, gets away from the catcher Guerra. Carter Aldretti, that's his 3rd home run of the season. I said at the beginning of the season, or I said at the beginning of the day, talking about all the stuff about the horror thing with the red balloon saying, oh, these balls are going to float tonight. That one clearly did. 1-0 pitch is a fly ball foul past the first base line at 1-1. That one just got over the wall. Jacob Olsen was the closest player to it, and he didn't do what American did, which was jump over the wall. And the Volcanoes now have 10 hits on the night. The 1-0 pitch, that's inside in a 2-ball, no strike count, or 2-ball, 1-strike count, my mistake. On a fastball above the letters, above the zone, inside. 3rd home run, it scores Hopi and Canario. And the 2-0 pitch, or 2-1 pitch, ripped down the third base line, 2-2. So the Volcanoes this late in the game getting a huge hit from Aldretti like that after a 2-2 count from Depperman. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Depperman, the step back and the windup, the 2-2 pitch out to swing and a miss, and that is a strike 3. On a swing and a miss, that is on a changeup, swing and a miss. And now you got a bunch of Eugene fans running up the stairs trying to get that discount once again. It's the first time tonight Fans here have been pretty patient for that. And we now go to the designated hitter, Baker Mendoza, 0 for 2 with an error by the shortstop, Luis Vasquez, and a couple of pop-outs that stayed in the infield. First pitch by Depperman, a foul ball past the first baseline. That one hitting on top of the roof, going back onto the field of play. And the count starts off at 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and a slider for strike 2. Depperman allowing that 3-run home run on a 2-2 pitch to left center field. That one, I believe that was just to the right of the scoreboard in left center. There's the Jumbotron in right center. There's a scoreboard in left center. The 0-2 pitch, that is a changeup in the outside corner at 1-2. Depperman ahead of the count, a ball and 2 strikes. 8 runs, 10 hits, and an error for Salem-Keizer now. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, that is a strike 3 called on a changeup down the middle, and the inning is over. Brad Depperman strikes out the side, but the Volcanoes will score 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Carter Aldretti with a 3-run shot gives the Volcanoes now an 8-4 lead over Eugene going in the bottom of the 7th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Keeping an active lifestyle is one of the best ways to stay fit and healthy. At PT Northwest, our goal is to help you achieve just that. Through our clinical outcomes and highly trained experts, we can help you recover from an injury or help you advance to where you want to be. Find a professional physical therapist now at PT Northwest with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. Go online to ptnorthwest.com to find out more.
Hi, I'm Danny Moore, General Manager here at Creekside Golf Club located in South Salem. Summer is in the air, golf season is underway. Whether you play a lot of golf or a little golf, we have a membership for everybody. And the golfer in the family plays the golf, and the rest of the family gets to use all of our amenities, which are several. Starting with our swimming pool, our state-of-the-art workout facility, our great driving range with free range balls, which features a performance center for club repair and club fitting. And new, we have 2 pickleball courts, a basketball area, and under construction is a bocce ball court. So as you can see, there's a lot for the whole family. And Danny's On the Green restaurant features great food, great service, and great views of the golf course. So as you can see, we have a lot to offer here at Creekside Golf Club. I'd love to have you come on out and let me show you around, or visit our website at golfcreekside.com. Come on out and see me.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Volcanoes, after they have just lost a 3-run lead, now lead by 4 runs. They just had a 3-run lead earlier in the game, 4-1, and they now lead by 4 runs, 8-4 after an RBI single by Canario and a 3-run home run by Carter Aldretti, his first hit of the night, his 3rd home run, as he now has 15 RBIs on the year. Salem-Keizer currently with an 8-4 lead. Ben Madison is on the mound. He is now online for his 2nd win of the season, as he'll start off against the first baseman, Grayson Bird. 8-4, Salem-Keizer over Eugene here in the 2nd game of this 4-game series. Madison, the windup in the first pitch is a swing and a miss and a fastball for strike 1. That one going outside, a little bit under the knees. Madison allowing an earned run. So we did find out that run in the 6th, that is an earned run towards Madison. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That's a fastball around the same spot. Low outside, a little under the knees, and the count is now at 0-2. It'll be Grayson Bird, Jake Washer, and Josue Uma. The first baseman, designated hitter, and 2nd baseman, as the Volcanoes lead Eugene by 4, their biggest lead of the night. Madison, the windup and the 0-2 pitch. That is inside and a ball 1 on a fastball. That was under the letters and inside the zone at 1-2. Grayson Bird 0 for 2 with a walk and a run. Jake Washer 1 for 2 with a solo home run. Josue Uma who was 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, and a run. The 1-2 pitch is a strike 3 called and a changeup under the letters. And Ben Madison gets his second strikeout of the night against Grayson Bird. Here's the designated hitter, Jake Washer, who is 1 for 2 with a strikeout, a home run, and a walk. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 8-4 Salem-Keizer, looking for their 44th overall win of the season. Madison getting the sign from Malkin. Line up in the first pitch. That's a foul ball as there's a fastball at the letters outside. Washer taking a shot at it. Count starts off at 0-1. Earlier in the game, Jake Washer had his first home run, a solo home run against Jacier Herrera in the 4th. This is the first time with the Volcanoes that Herrera will get a no decision. The 0-1 pitch, that is upstairs, and a ball 1. Fastball above the letters, and the count is now even. And Madison looking to throw in the 7th inning, possibly have a pitcher throw in the 9th if he is able to get in the 8th. The 1-1 pitch, that is a changeup for a strike 1, or my mistake, a strike 2 looking. Madison allowing that run in the 6th inning that tied the game up at 4. And considering the Volcanoes have a 4-run lead now, it's almost like that hasn't happened at all. A ball and 2 strikes, that is outside. The windup and the pitch is outside above the letters. Outside of the zone, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Volcanoes will be playing 2 more games after today here at PK Park against the Emeralds. And we'll play 2 games at Volcano Stadium, the final 2 games in the regular season at Volcano Stadium before they'll start off on September 4th at Hillsboro. The 2-2 pitch is a fastball that Washington will swing at. It'll be a foul ball, hits the netting behind home plate. And the count is at 2-2. And the windup and the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss and a fastball outside under the letters for strike 3, and that is the 3rd strikeout for Ben. Second in this inning, we now go to Josue Uma, who had that RBI single that took Andy Roloff out of the game. As Roloff threw 2/3 of an inning in the 5th and was taken out after Uma had an RBI single that scored Grayson Bird, made the score 4-3. He was taken out for Madison. First pitch is a ball 1 on a slider that just goes a little in. So far, the play of the game has been that 3-run home run by Carter. Madison, the 1-0 pitch. That's a ball 2. That's another ball, another slider under the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. Vancouver leading Tri-City by 5, still by a score of 9-4. Hillsboro leading Boise now by a score of 4-1. The 2-0 pitch upstairs, ball 3. And a fastball at the letters, a little outside of the zone. The Volcanoes, 8 runs, 10 hits, and an error. Eugene, 4 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors. Madison so far with 40 pitches and 21 strikes. The 3-0 pitch, strike 1 right down the middle on a fastball. Now in the game at Avista Stadium, Everett and Spokane both tied at 1. As no runs have scored since the bottom of the 3rd inning. 3 balls and a strike. Madison the pitch, that is a ball 4 as Josue Uma will walk to first base for the 2nd time tonight, 2nd walk. And we now go to Jacob Olson, who is 1 for 3, got a single in the 2nd inning. As Olson will look to make this a very close game once again, as the Volcanoes have run away with a score of 8-4. In the 3rd game tomorrow, Kervin Castro is going to be starting. First pitch by Madison, swing and a miss on a fastball, strike 1. Madison showing for the most of his tenure here at the Volcanoes that early to mid-90s fastball, 94, 95 miles an hour, sometimes going as high as maybe 96, some cases 97. No balls on a strike, runner on first base, and Josue Uma. The 0-1 pitch, that is a foul chopper down the 3rd base line. And the count will go to 0-2, and Ben Madison has another 2-strike count. It'll be Kervin Castro tomorrow and Connor Nurse for the final road game in the 2019 season. Connor trying to get his first road win of the season. No balls and 2 strikes. Madison, the windup and the pitch. That is a ball 1 on a fastball above the zone and a ball and 2 strikes. And so far, we do not know who the starting pitchers might be for the 2 home games. But definitely one thing to note, one thing to put into consideration is the number of players that the Volcanoes have added onto the roster. They have not made an appearance yet. We do not know their jersey numbers, but we do know that they will be added onto the roster. The 1-2 pitch, that's a pop fly. That one going in the short right field, running for it. Rodriguez trying to make the play. Can't make the play. He misplayed the ball. Staying at third base is Josue Uma, and Rodriguez, he was on top of the ball, but he misplayed it. Didn't know where that ball was going to fall. It's going to be an infield, or not an infield, but it's going to be a bloop single with 2 outs here in the 7th, and the number 9 hitter Ryan Reynolds will walk up to the plate. He's been walked in his last 2 times up. A walk in the 4th inning and a walk in the 6th. As the Volcanoes will now try to get out of the bottom of the 7th. They have runners on the corners right now. As Madison allowing that bloop single, Rodriguez was the closest one to it. And he had a mix of, he can't find the ball, but he was also letting Jairo Pomares trying to find it. As Pomares, he was trying to get to the ball, and he also stopped. He thought Rodriguez was going to find it as well. First pitch is a ball 1, just gets a little outside of the zone. So runners on the corners for Eugene. They have left 9 runners on base in the first 6 innings of this game. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, and a fastball. Count is even at 1-1. Ryan Reynolds with that RBI single in the 2nd has been walked in his last couple of times up. He was stranded at 3rd in the 4th inning. And in the 6th inning, he was caught stealing by the catcher, Matt Malkin. The first time that Malkin gunned a runner down to 2nd. Madison in the stretch, wind up in the 1-1. That is a ball 2. That is an amazing spot by Madison. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, backdoor fastball above the knees. That is an amazing spot. But the home plate umpire, Zadek, is going to call that a ball 2. Very well-placed fastball right there. He's been throwing a number of those over the course of his outing. 2 balls and a strike, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Eugene trying to get something going here late in the game. 2 balls and a strike. Madison the pitch. That's a swing and a miss. That is a strike 2. That ball getting away from the catcher Malkin. It's going to be a wild pitch, and Eugene will have another run on the board. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Uma is going to score from 3rd. Olson's going to go to 2nd. It is a swing and a miss by Reynolds. The ball's going to get away from the catcher, Matt Malkin. And now the Emeralds pull to within 3, 8-5. They have scored at least 1 run in the last 4 innings. Madison, he is 1 strike away from getting out of the inning here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Madison, in possibly his final inning, there is now a pitcher in the bullpen for the Volcanoes. Ben stepping on the rubber. Madison, the windup and the 2-2 pitch. That is a check swing. That is a ball 3. That one under the knees outside. Full count 3-2. So Eugene now trailing by 3. The first 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the 8th inning will be Matt Malkin, Tyler Wyatt, and Yorlis Rodriguez. Speaking to the catcher, Malkin. The third full count for Ben Madison. He walked the other two batters. Payoff pitch. That's a chopper. Slow one. Fielded by Rodriguez. Toss at the first. Inning is over. A run will score on a wild pitch by Madison. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and a runner left on. And the Emeralds now trail by 3. It's Volcanoes 8, Eugene 5. Going into the top of the 8th inning. Eugene bringing in a new pitcher to fill in for Brad Depperman. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
This is Sergeant Mike. You know you need to change your home or office locks ever so often to make sure everything is secure. You've had employees come and go over the years. You may have given your house key to someone that has lost your trust. It's just a smart thing to do, and do it when you think of it. I'm here to remind you that some people want to steal your property. Call Larry's Locksmith and have them fix that situation for you. Find them quickly at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com, serving the entire Mid-Valley.
When it comes to plumbing issues, you need someone you can trust. Done Right Plumbing is family-owned and operated with years of experience serving residential customers in the Mid-Valley. They take great pride in getting the job done right the first time. Done Right will respect you, your home, and the environment. The staff is proud to live and work in the Mid-Valley and support our local events. Call them at 503-364-2668. When you need plumbing, get her done right at Done Right Plumbing. That's Done, R-I-T-E, Plumbing.
Coat of Arms, the premier firearm retailer in Keizer, has moved to their new location at 4190 North River Road, and the showroom is looking great. Coat of Arms offers Cerakoting, hydro dipping, chroming, smithing, and custom manufacturing. Looking for something unique? Coat of Arms will gladly special order the firearm of your choice. Coat of Arms is proudly veteran-owned. All advice is backed by experienced armorers. See the new Coat of Arms in Keizer for all your firearm needs, or visit them online at OregonGunShop.com. That's OregonGunShop.com.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back at the top of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes looking to add some more runs on the board. They lead by 3 as the Eugene Emeralds are bringing a new pitcher in Zach Bryant, a 21-year-old from Daytona Beach, Florida. He was drafted in the 15th round of the 2019 draft out of Jacksonville. And he'll be making his first appearance against the Volcanoes this season. The 21-year-old drafted in the 15th round is currently 0-1 with an ERA of 0. He has a loss, but he hasn't allowed an earned run in 5 games. 9 1/3. He allowed 1 unearned run, and that was against Vancouver, an inning and a third. I'm back on August 12th. 5 games. He has a save. 9 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 1 unearned run. He walked 3 batters and struck out 8. Brad Depperman is done for the night, as he has allowed 4 earned runs through 2 innings. Most of those runs coming in from Carter Aldretti's 3-run home run. First pitch from Bryant to Matt Malkin is a strike one, looking on the outside corner on a fastball 0-1. It'll be Malkin, Wyatt, and Rodriguez. The 0-1 pitch outside, and a fastball for a 1-1 count. The Volcanoes leading Eugene now by a score of 8-5. As Depperman is online to get his first loss of the season. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and the ball gets away from the catcher, Guerra. It hits the backstop, goes back to home plate. Count is at 1-2. Malkin is 2 for 2 on the night. He had a bloop double in his last at-bat. That was not called an error. It wasn't called a single and an error. It was just called a base hit. So far as I can tell, a double. And the 1-2 pitch, a foul chopper on a curveball from Bryant. One ball and 2 strikes. It is the first batter here in the top of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes looking to get some more runs on the board. Wind up and the 1-2 pitch. That is outside and a fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Bryant in 5 games pitched in the Arizona League in 5 games, a 1-0 record with a 1.13 ERA. The 2-2 pitch fastball going outside, under the knees, and a little outside, full count 3-2 on a fastball. And Bryant against his first batter of the day, the payoff pitch. That is a ball 4, and he walks Malkin. Second time that Malkin has been walked, first time in a full count. As the Volcanoes will have a base runner to try and get some insurance on the board. Here's the number 9 hitter, the third baseman, Tyler Wyatt, 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the 4th. So far, the players of the game here for the Volcanoes, Alex Canario, 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs and a pair of runs. Carter Aldretti with 3 RBIs and a run. Bryant, the windup in the first pitch, that is inside. That is right next to the knees of Wyatt, is a ball 1 on a fastball. And they are going to give Malkin a base hit. They're going to give him a double. And they are going to give him a double. 1 ball, no strikes. Bryant, the windup and the pitch. That is outside, and a 2-ball, no strike count. So Malkin has reached base on all 4 times at the plate. Wyatt struck out looking in the second inning, got an RBI single in the 4th that scored the only run of that inning. And for a while was the last run of the inning. The 2-0 pitch, a swing and a miss and a strike 1. He grounded out to the shortstop, Luis Vasquez, in the 6th in the first inning for Brad Depperman. And Zach Bryant in the stretch, 2 balls and a strike. Runner at first base, wind up in the pitch. That is a pop fly foul. That one possibly going to fall. That hits the top of the roof. A loud thud could be heard. 2 balls and 2 strikes is the count. And the Volcanoes playing in the second game of a 4-game road series here against the Eugene Emeralds. Zach Bryant. In the stretch, 2-2, wind up in the pitch, swing and a miss on a curveball outside. It puts Wyatt on one knee and strikes him out for out number 1 in the 8th. And we now go to the top of the order. Yorlis Rodriguez, he walked up to the plate in the previous inning, started off the inning with a leadoff single and scored on an RBI single by Canario. And Bryant getting the sign from the catcher, Guerra. First pitch, swing and a miss and a strike 1. The Emeralds have scored 4 runs in their last 4 innings, while for the Volcanoes, back in the previous inning, they scored 4 runs total. Again, in the previous inning, an RBI single by Alex Canario and a 3-run home run by Carter Aldretti. The 0-1 pitch there is a fastball that is ripped down the left field line, foul. Before, the Volcanoes had 4 runs in the 7th inning. They had a run in the 4th inning on an RBI single by Tyler Wyatt. 2 runs came in on a 2-run home run by Alex Canario. A ball that got off the glove of the center fielder, Edmund American. And in the first inning, or my mistake, in the second inning, the first run came in on a wild pitch by Josh Bergman. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And another curveball for strike 3 for Zach Bryant. The Volcanoes still with a runner at first base, and we have the number 2 hitter in Jeff Hoppe. He's scored a couple of runs here tonight. 1 for 3 with a walk and a single. As he was able to get out of an 0-2 count by hitting a soft liner past the glove of the third baseman Reynolds down the left field line for a base hit. As Salem-Keizer have 8 runs on 10 hits. First pitch by Bryant is a swing and a miss on an inside fastball. That one just under the letters, and the count is at 0-1. Runner at first base in Matt Malkin, as he is on base for the 4th time tonight. Easily the best game so far for him in a Volcanoes uniform, getting his first hit and getting on base all 4 times. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball that goes under the knees and outside at a 1-1 count. as Hopi got a base hit in his last time up in the 7th, scored in that 3-run home run by Aldretti. As there's a chance that he may go up to the plate again. The 1-1 pitch, that's a swing and a miss, and a fastball for strike 2. There is a pitcher in the bullpen for Salem-Keizer, getting ready to warm up at the moment. He may go up on the mound in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-2 by Bryan is a swing and a miss, and that is another curveball, an early 70s curveball by Zach Bryant, striking out a Volcanoes hitter. This one being Jeff Hopi. Bryant strikes out the side, no runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on. The score will stay Volcanoes 8, Eugene 5. Going into the bottom of the 8th inning, and Eugene will bring in a new pitcher. We're going to find out who it is after this break. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is proud to help celebrate America's favorite pastime and sponsor the always enthusiastic and teamwork-driven Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Like the crews at Les Schwab, the Volcanoes know how important it is to work together and make the right play at home or on the road. Les Schwab is here to help you make the right play when it comes to keeping you and your family safe on the road. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Huggins and Bliss Insurance encourage you to shop locally. Everyone needs insurance, and when you work with Huggins and Bliss, you get a best-in-class agent, advisor, and advocate. More importantly, the money you spend stays in our community. Huggins and Bliss are proud to support many area nonprofits who are helping to meet critical needs. One such nonprofit is Liberty House, which provides support to children who have been abused. Their mission of changing hurt into hope impacts the trajectory of young lives in a positive way. If it wasn't for Liberty House, there would be no entity in Salem doing this work. If you want to learn more about Liberty House or even donate to their cause, please visit libertyhousecenter.org. To get a quote from Huggins and Bliss, please call 503-585-2211 or visit huggins.com and reference Liberty House. In addition to getting a thorough and competitive quote, Huggins will make a $25 contribution to Liberty House.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes leave the Eugene Emeralds by a score of 8-5. We got a new pitcher for Salem-Keizer. He called to the bullpen, brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli. Relieve your hunger with house-made pastrami, corned beef, and cannolis. The new pitcher is Rael Cruz, the 22-year-old from Venezuela, currently with a record of 2-1 and a 2-1 and ERA of 5.24 ERA. After allowing 4 runs and 3 earned at Vancouver on the 26th, and he allowed 4 earned runs, walking 3 against Vancouver. A horrendous performance trying to come off of that here at PK Park. 2-1 with an ERA of 5.24. He allowed 13 runs in 22 and a third innings, walking 11, striking out 30. He's making his first appearance against Eugene since he was the losing pitcher on August 14th, allowing 2 runs in 2 innings. Cruz faces off against the leadoff hitter Giovanni Cuevas, as Ben Madison will be done after 2 and a third innings of work. First pitch is a ball 1 and a fastball low and outside, 1-0. Ben Madison in 2 and a third, allowing 2 hits, 2 earned runs. He has walked 3 hitters and has struck out 3 hitters and is on line for his 2nd win of the season. A ball and no strikes. And Cruz, the windup and the 1-0. That is a shot that is over the glove of the first baseman Aldretti, and Cuevas will start off with a leadoff single. That's the 2nd hit for Cuevas on the night, and we now go to the shortstop, Luis Vasquez. Looking for his first hit of the night, and the Emeralds will try and start off here in the bottom of the 8th with getting some runs on the board. They trail 8-5 to Salem-Keizer. And Cruz, before that performance against Eugene, he had pitched against him in one other game prior, and that was at Volcano Stadium on July 11th. This is the second time he is pitching against the Emeralds here at PK Park. This one a chopper, fielded by Hopi. Can he throw to second? Yes, he can. Don't get him for the force, can't throw to first. As Cuevas will be out at second base. Nice play by Jeff Hopi to throw to second to get Cuevas out at second base. Luis Vasquez will get the first base safely with one out here in the bottom of the 8th. And now here is Edmund American, who got an RBI single and an error his last time up in the 6th. That tied the game up at 4 apiece. It looked like he was going to be the hero to keep the Emeralds alive, just like yesterday when he pulled Eugene to within 1 run with that 3-run home run he had yesterday. First pitch by Cruz. That is a strike one, looking on a fastball down the middle at 0-1. More scores. Once again, the scores from around the Northwest League. Bottom of the 9th inning, the Spokane Indians have a chance to walk off against the Everett Aqua Sox. Vancouver currently trying to stave off of a Tri-City comeback, trying to hold off a Tri-City comeback. They lead now 9-7. And the 0-1 pitch, that's a curveball in the outside corner on a 1-1 count, while Hillsboro leading Boise by a score of 4-1 going into the top of the 9th. Hillsboro trying to get their first win in this series after Boise won the first game by, I believe, it was the same score of 4-1. One out here in the bottom of the 8th, the 1-1 pitch by Cruz. That's a fly ball. That one going in the foul territory. The count is at 1-2. A very well hit ball by American. It will take a one-hopper over the fence and is now out of the building. And the count is now at a ball and 2 strikes. Got a lot of kids over there right near the left field line who are just running for it, flailing their arms out of the ball. It would always remind anyone over 21 of when times were simple. Now the 1-2 pitch, a slider going inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first base in Luis Vasquez. Score at 8-5. The Emeralds slowly crawling at Salem-Keizer. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and a strike 3 on a curveball from Israel Cruz. Now again, for out number 2 in the 8th inning, here is Alex Guerra, the catcher, who was looking for his first hit of the night. He grounded out, flew out, struck out, and popped out. As there is a runner at first base, Eugene trying to stay alive here in this game. Currently, they have a 31-40 record and have now been eliminated from playoff contention, so they're trying to get as much as they can before finishing off their season. Cruz in the stretch. His foot off the rubber. The Volcanoes entering today with second place in the Northwest League South Division with a 17-16 record, looking to get their 18th win. First pitch by Cruz, swing and a miss, and a curveball for strike 1. The Emeralds currently with a 15-18 second half record. They would be tied with Hillsboro if they won all 5 games, and if Hillsboro lost all 5, but Hillsboro would have won the tiebreaker. The 0-1 pitch is a slider outside and a 1-1 count. The score right now, Salem-Keizer 8, Eugene 5. Salem-Keizer 8 runs, 10 hits and 1 error, and Eugene has 5 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors on the night. A ball and a strike. Runner at first base in Luis Vasquez. Cruz in the stretch, getting the sign from Malkin. Wind up in the 1-1 pitch to Guerra. That is a ball 2. That one a fastball above the zone. So there's also a number of players that have been added onto the Volcanoes roster, and it was announced this morning who they were. There is one guy who has not been announced onto the roster yet, so we will wait on him. But for the 5 other guys, it has been announced that he is on the roster. The 2-1 pitch, that's a rip shot in the right field. Riding around the third bases, the shortstop Vasquez, and he'll stay there, and Eugene will have runners on the corners. That is a 2-1 pitch, a ripped ground ball into right field. Runners on the corners. Grayson Bird is 0 for 3 with a walk and a run in the 5th. As Bird also struck out looking against Madison on a changeup for out number 1 in the 7th inning his last time up. So the 5 players that are going to be on the Volcanoes roster, there's 3 pitchers and 2 position players. The first of 3 pitchers will be Taylor Rashi, who came out of UC Irvine. Lined up in the first pitch is a swing and a miss and a slider for strike 1 against Grayson Bird. Now, Rashi was a relief pitcher for UC Irvine before he got drafted by the Giants. He threw 45 2/3 innings, so he's not going to be used mainly in like a limiting role and used in limited innings, unlike these other pitchers. He did pitch in 9 games in relief for the Arizona League Giants, went 2-0 with an ERA of 1.32. And the 0-1 pitch is a slider for a swing and a miss, strike 2. The ball getting away from the catcher, Malkin. And now it's a 2-strike count for Cruz. And a timeout by Salem-Keizer. Malkin walking up to the mound to talk to Cruz. Just needs 1 more strike to get out of the bottom of the 8th. And the Arizona League Giants, Rashi in 13 2/3 innings, allowed 11 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 4 and struck out 20. The second pitcher is a starting pitcher from Texas Tech, Caleb Killian, who in 6 games and 5 starts had an ERA of 0.75, allowing an unearned, or had an ERA of 0, had a run average of all runs allowed in 0.75. He had an unearned run through 12 innings, walking 2, striking out 11 with the Arizona League Giants after he threw almost 90 innings with Texas Tech. And the third pitcher that has been announced will be on the roster will be the 21st round draft choice out of Oregon State in Bryce Femmel, who will go on to the Volcanoes roster. The 0-2 pitch, that's a bloop shot. That one will be caught by Hopi. Did he make the grab? Hopi, he made an amazing catch in short right field. Jeff Hopi diving for the play, saving at least a run and keeping this a 3-run game. That was a soft line drive ball that was in Rodriguez's territory, but Hopi came running in. He made the catch. It got out of his glove, but he's able to keep the ball in his possession to keep the Eugene Eberls from scoring in the 8th. And the inning will be over. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. What a play by Hopi. Another great play by him. And we now go to the top of the 9th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
Johnson's Funeral Home in South Salem is locally owned, which is a rarity today. Miles Johnson is a Sprague High grad. His wife Erin manages the household with their 8 adorable kids. Budgets are tight for everyone. The Johnsons understand that better than anyone. Their affordable pricing helps ease the burden at such a critical time. Johnson Funeral Home, cremations, funerals, celebrations of life, and pre-planning. Check out their glowing reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Yelp. See more at johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
Your home of the Salem-Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we're now back in the top of the 9th inning. The Volcanoes will have one more chance to get some more runs on the board before they'll be done with the night offensively. Zach Bryant back on the mound. He struck out the side in the 8th inning, leaving a runner on first base as they'll face off against Alex Canario, Jairo Pomares, and Carter Aldretti. As once again, the Emeralds will leave an inning with runners on base, and the inning will end on a amazing play by Jeff Hopi. He caught a line out to end an inning earlier in the game, back in the third, and now he makes a diving play in short right field with runners on the corners to keep the Emeralds scoreless after the 8th inning. First pitch to Canario, a foul chopper. That one hitting, looks like one of the sides of the dugout openings. And the count will start off at 0-1. Canario 3 for 4 with a amazing night so far. The 0-1 pitch. That's a shot that is hit into the gap in left center field. That is going to fall for one. Canario is going to stretch it into a double, and he will make it 2. It'll possibly be a single and an error as Americon tried to field it, but the left fielder Jacob Olsen will pick it up. There's a chance that may be a single and an error, but so far right now, that is a double for Canario, as he is now 4 for 5 in this game. An extra base hit brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. That is the 11th hit for the Volcanoes. Alex Canario, 4 for 5 on the season, or 4 for 5 on the night. Has brought his batting average up a lot. He has an even batting average of 300 entering today. Now brought up to 310. Definitely a little higher than that. And we'll get an updated version of that. Here's Jairo Pomares, the right fielder. The cleanup hitter who was 0 for 4, struck out a couple of times. And Bryant, first pitch is a strike one, looking on a curveball. That is the slowest curveball I have seen all year, 68 miles an hour. You can't say it's an eephus pitch because it didn't have an arc, but it was a pretty slow pitch. Right at second base, and Canario, the 0-1. That is a strike 2 looking. This one, now a 91 mile an hour fastball. How can you recover during that transition? Canario batting average has gone up 14 points now, 300 to 314. As he has gone 4 for 5 on the night. The windup and the 0-2 pitch, that is a foul ball. That was on a curveball. Showing late 60s, early 70s curveball. Now, normally when a pitcher throws a curveball, it's 71, 72 miles an hour. But Zach Bryant throwing curveballs so far on a whole different level. 68, 70, sometimes 69 miles an hour, but we see that very rarely. And the 0-2 pitch, the fastball outside, and a 1-2 count. That one just above the knees. Jairo Pomares looking for his first hit after he popped out, flew out, and struck out twice. Top of the 9th inning, Volcanoes lead 8-5, but they're threatening to get some runs on the board here. Bryant ahead of the count at 1-2. Looking for this first. Looking for the first out in the inning. Bryant steps off and a timeout by Eugene. The Volcanoes will be playing the next 2 games here at PK Park. Curvin Castro tomorrow, Connor Nurse in 2 days. We just got a final score here from Avista Stadium. The Spokane Indians have walked off against the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 2-1. As they got a run on the board in the bottom of the 9th inning on a walk-off single by Blaine Krim, who now has 45 RBIs on the year. That leads the Northwest League. We also got another final score from Ron Talkin Field. Hillsboro has beaten the Boise Hawks by a final score of 4-1. The only other game that's going on right now is Tri-City and Vancouver. The score was 8-3 at one point. It was a 5-run deficit. A 1-2 pitch. That one is a chopper. Fielded by the shortstop Vasquez. Throws to first. He'll get Pomares out at first base. Uma and Vasquez switched positions while the play was going on, as Vasquez will field the ball in the second base position. He'll throw to first and will get Pomares out. Canario's going to go to third. Here's Carter Aldretti. He has a 3-run home run. It was his 11th run. Now it's 15 RBIs on the year. He had his 3rd home run over the wall in left center field. A very well hit ball, a 93 mile an hour fastball from Brad Depperman. And will now face off against Zach Bryant for the first time here tonight. One out here. Or Canario is going to stay at second. My mistake. He's not going to go to third. He's going to stay at second base. First pitch is a ball one at the knees and a 1-0 count. So Tri-City, they were trailing Vancouver at one point by a score of 9-4. The Dust Devils have scored 10 runs in the top of the seventh, and they now lead, or 6 runs in the top of the seventh. They now lead Vancouver 10-9. The 1-0 pitch is a ball 2 outside. 2 balls and no strikes. You have a couple of fans here at PK Park trying to get into the minds of Aldretti. Aldretti's trying to get his 4th RBI of the night here. Maybe 5 if he can hit one over the wall again. 2 balls, no strikes. Zach Bryant in the stretch, getting the sign from Guerra, the 2-0 pitch. That is a ball 3 under the zone on a fastball. Aldretti so far in a pretty good position. 3 balls, no strikes. Apart from the 3-run home run, he has grounded out 3 times. To the shortstop, second baseman, and third baseman in that order. 3 balls and no strikes. As Bryant getting the sign from Guerra, trying to prevent another base runner from walking on first base for Salem-Keizer. Volcanoes lead 8-5. The 3-0 pitch is a strike one looking. The ball rolls away from the catcher Guerra, but the strike one is called. It's now a 3-1 count. And Carter Aldretti, his 3rd home run. He's also got a pretty good resume behind him as well. There's a couple of family members who are part of the Giants organization in the past. The 3-1 pitch is a fastball down the middle, full count 3-2. For Carter, his father, Rich Aldretti, is a first baseman who played in the Giants minor league system with the Everett Giants in 1987. And his uncle was Mike Aldretti, who had played a considerable number of years in Major League Baseball, starting with the Giants in 1986. Payoff pitch is a foul ball down the first base line and a ground ball. Started off in 1986 in the majors, but he started playing in the minor league system in 1983. Played from 1986 to 1996 and played for the Giants, Expos, the San Diego Padres, Cleveland Indians, Oakland A's, the California Angels, and the New York Yankees in that order. Full count 3-2, runner at second base with 1 out here in the top of the 9th. Alex Canario just hit his 17th double of the year. Full count 3-2. Bryant, the payoff pitch. That's a chopper down the first baseline, foul ball. And looking at the stats now for doubles, Canario is now tied with Edmund American for the Northwest League in doubles with 17. Full count 3-2. The Volcanoes leading by 3 runs. They have a chance to get some more on the board. Payoff pitch. That's a gap shot going in the right center field. Riding around third is Canario. The throw from Giovanni Cuevas will be cut off by the first baseman. And Carter Aldretti, he will have 4 RBIs on the night as Alex Canario gets his 3rd run. And the Volcanoes now lead by the score of 9-5. Here's Harrison Freed, the starting left fielder, walking up to the plate. Timeout by Eugene. Armando Gabino, the Eugene Emerald's pitching coach, walking up to talk to the pitcher Bryant. The Volcanoes now lead by 4 runs by a score of 9-5. 2 of the top players for the Volcanoes right now, that is Alex Canario and Carter Aldretti. Alex, he was now 4 for 5 with 3 RBIs and 3 runs. Carter is 2 for 5 with a run and 4 RBIs. And rose to the occasion here late in the game, starting in the 7th inning, where he hit that 3-run home run over the wall in left center. Also got a couple of pitches in playable territory, but 3 of them would end in groundouts. Carter knocking in the last 4 runs for Salem-Keizer, and they lead by 4 right now. First pitch to Harrison Freed is a strike one looking on a fastball down the middle. Aldretti now with his 16th RBI. He has a 4 RBI night. Well, for Canario, a 3 RBI night and a 3-run night. Matt Malkin, 2 for 2 with a pair of walks. Count at 0-1. The pitch, that is a foul ball past the first base side at 0-2. That hits the side of the roof and goes down to the seating. Going to the front row seating, right near the Emeralds dugout. And apart from the single in the 4th inning, Freed, he scored on an RBI single by Tyler Wyatt. They got a run on the board, the only run for the Volcanoes in the 4th. A couple of groundouts to the third baseman, Ryan Reynolds, struck out swinging in the 7th. The 0-2 pitch, that is a swing and a miss, and a curveball for a strike 3, out number 2 in the 9th. And now here's Baker Mendoza. One last chance for the Volcanoes to get some runs on the board before they'll be done for the night offensively. The Volcanoes looking to get their 44th win of the season. The Hillsboro Hops won, so they'll stay 3 games ahead of them with 4 games left. First pitch is a shot, that one getting into right field. And Aldretti will stay at second base, and Mendoza will extend the top of the 9th inning. He has a first pitch single. That is his first hit for Baker. And Aldretti will go to second base. Here's Matt Malkin. He's 2 for 2 in his first multi-hit game in a Volcanoes uniform. He also has a pair of walks as well, but he has not scored a run here tonight. He has no RBIs and he has no runs. He has a double and a single. He has been walked twice. But let's see if he can get his first RBI of the night to make the Volcanoes go in double digits. They lead 9-5 right now. First pitch by Bryant, that is upstairs and a ball 1. Fastball above the letters at 1-0. Aldretti at second base, got his 16th RBI. Baker Mendoza at first base. Aldretti is at second. The 1-0 pitch by Bryant Malkin. That is a gap shot. That one going in the right field. Gets past the glove of the second baseman, Uma. Running around third is Aldretti. The throw to the plate will be cut off by the catcher as he'll throw to the second baseman. He'll get not Mendoza, but he'll get Malkin in a rundown, as that will end the night offensively for the Volcanoes. It'll be a 9-4 as Malkin will get tagged. Aldretti will score. 2 runs will cross the plate. 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and a runner left on. 3 more outs for the Volcanoes. Have a chance to get their second win in the series. They lead by a score of 10-5. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Built as user-friendly as it is budget-friendly, the Kubota Z100 zero-turn mower can maneuver any landscape and cut a lawn worth admiring. With smooth controls and a cut that's adjustable right from the seat, this machine makes mowing way more comfortable, all while delivering professional-grade results. Find yours at your local dealer. Kubota, shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
You're looking to buy a home. You want to upgrade, downsize, and get into a home that truly fits your life right now. But you don't know how much your house will sell for, and you have no idea if it will be enough for a down payment on the house of your dreams. So you start thinking, we're going to have to stay in this house forever. Hi, I'm Katie Canales from Team Canales and Landmark Professional Mortgage, and we have good news for hopeful home buyers. You do not need to save a fortune to buy a home. That's right, you can get into a new home with a low down payment or even no down payment at all. Recently, we helped a growing family keep their current house as a rental and buy their new, bigger home with very little down. Now they are in a home that they love and are earning equity in 2 homes instead of just 1. To see if you qualify to buy a home with a low down payment, apply to get pre-approved at bestloanprogram.com. The form takes less than 5 minutes to complete, and you'll know if you're approved in less than 24 hours. Go to bestloanprogram.com now so you can make a great move into a great house, or call me me at 503-385-4040.
NMLS Company ID 399162. NMLS ID 270783. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back in the bottom of the ninth inning. The Volcanoes lead Eugene by a score of 10-5 after an RBI single by Matt Malkin before he got gunned down and a rundown at second base. And the Emeralds, they trail by 5. They need 6 to walk it off here to get their first win of the series, but only one man stops between them and a victory, and his name is Israel Cruz. They'll look to get the final 3 outs here in the ninth. Jake Washer, the designated hitter, will start things off. Then Josue Uma, the left-handed hitter, the switch hitter. And finally, Jacob Olson. Cruz to wind up in the first pitch, swing and a miss. And a curveball for strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch, that is a slider. Goes outside at a 1-1 count. The designated hitter for tonight's game, Jake Washer, he is 1 for 3. He had a solo home run in the left field. That was just gone and a half. That goes over the Volcanoes bullpen in the 4th inning in a 1-1 pitch, a swing and a miss, and a slider outside for strike 2. As Cruz got a strikeout in the last inning, has a chance to cap off the bottom of the ninth inning here. Cruz, a ball and 2 strikes. The windup and the pitch. That is a foul chopper down the third base side. And the count will stay at a ball and 2 strikes. The Volcanoes looking to get their 44th overall win this year. The most wins that they've had since 2013, when they had 47 on the season. Definitely makes this one of the more exciting Volcanoes teams in recent memory. The 1-2 pitch outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes on a fastball. Goes up and out. Near the letters, 2 balls and 2 strikes. That is Israel Cruz trying to recover after allowing 3 earned runs against the Vancouver Canadians in the final game of that 4-game road series up in Canada. Cruz, the 2-2 pitch. That is outside and a check swing for ball 3 on a slider, full count 3-2. Washer struck out swing on a 2-2 count in his last time up. He was walked in the 5th, hit a solo home run in the 4th, and struck out with a full count in the 2nd. Here in the full count again, Cruz with a chance to strike out Washer. The payoff pitch, that is a low for a ball 4 and a fastball into the zone. And we'll walk over the first base. Washer getting walked for the 2nd time tonight. Here is Josue Uma, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a ground out, as well as a pair of walks, and is the only Eugene Emeralds player who has scored twice for the Emeralds. And Cruz still with nobody out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And the first pitch is a strike 1, looking on a fastball inside. That one going under the letters, but in the zone enough to be a strike 1. So Salem-Keizer finishing with 10 runs on 14 hits. The 0-1 pitch is a strike 2 looking. That one a slider down the middle, and the count is at 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Cruz looking for his 2nd strikeout of the night. He struck out Edmund American in the previous inning, the number 3 hitter, for the 2nd out. The 0-2 pitch, that's a rip shot to the second baseman Rodriguez. Throws to second for 1, throws to first for 2. It is not in time and gets him for the force. Jake Washer out at second base for the force out. Rodriguez fielding that one almost in short right. He throws to second base to Jeff Hopi for out number 1, but Hopi is not able to get Uma out at first base for 2. And now we go to Jacob Olson, who is 2 for 4 with a pair of singles and a strikeout. Cruz, the first pitch is outside and a ball 1 for a slider. So the Volcanoes, it'll be Kervin Castro, who will be starting tomorrow. The pitcher who was originally going to start in the final game of the 4-game series against the Canadians, but his start has been moved to tomorrow. The 1-0 pitch, that one a slider. And the infield umpire, Kyle Stutz, saying no, he did not go in the infield. And the count is at 2-0. Castro currently with a 5-3 record and an ERA of 2.74 with 13 starts on the year. He is the only starting pitcher, the only consistent starting pitcher in the rotation for the Volcanoes. He started the first game for Salem-Keizer back in mid-June. The 2-0 pitch, a fastball outside for ball 3. And Connor Nurse starting in the final game, currently 1-4 with an ERA of 5.50. Hasn't been doing so well on the road, but he'll look to get his second win. The 3-0 pitch is a strike 1, looking right down the middle at 3-1. But there's also a chance that because that Kervin Castro is waiting 5 days to pitch in the playoffs, there's also a chance that Connor Nurse will also go through the same thing, which means that Nurse will possibly pitch in the second game of the playoffs. And Nurse is just really, really good at home compared to his time on the road. 3-1 pitch is a fastball outside and a full count 3-2. From what it looks like with the players that are going to be on the field, especially the pitching for the playoffs against Hillsborough, when it comes to game 1 at Ron Tonkin Field, that's up in the air. In my opinion, that could go either way. But in game 2, just like what Clay Helvey said in that pregame interview, we are really good at home, and I'm also pretty confident we'll do pretty good at home as well. The payoff pitch, a fastball, foul, and a full count 3-2. So the projected starting pitching in the playoffs possibly will be Castro in the playoffs, but if they stick with the rotation instead of adding in possibly one of the 3 pitchers and maybe come in for a couple innings, it'll possibly be Connor Nurse, but nothing has been official yet. That is just up for interpretation at the moment. Nothing has been made official. Count is full at 3-2 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Payoff pitch by Cruz. That's a shot going to the right field. Pomares is under it. He'll make the catch for the second out. That one going into a little bit in the right center. And Pomares will make the catch for out number 2 in the 9th. Here is the number 9 hitter, Ryan Reynolds, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI single. And Ryan Reynolds representing the last hope for the Eugene Emeralds here in the second game of this 4-game series. The Volcanoes beat Eugene by 1 run yesterday. And now we'll have a chance to beat them by 5 runs here today. They would score 6 of their 10 runs in the final 3 innings of this game. Cruz in the stretch, the right-handed pitcher from Venezuela, getting ready to throw the first pitch to the third baseman Reynolds. Wind up in the first pitch is outside and a ball 1. So the Volcanoes will be playing the final 2 games here at PK Park in Eugene. Then we'll play 2 games at Volcanoes Stadium. The final 2 games of the regular season will be at Volcanoes Stadium on September 1st. It'll be a 5:05 start time. The 1-0 pitch, that is inside, and a slider under the knees. 2 balls, no strikes. And on September 2nd, it'll be a 4:05 start time. On September 3rd, it'll be a day off, and September 4th will be the day that the Volcanoes will play their first playoff game since 2015. 2 balls and no strikes. Israel Cruz, the windup and the 2-0 pitch. That is outside, ball 3, and a fastball up and outside above the letters. Cruz, 3 balls and no strikes. Wind up in the pitch. That's a strike 1 looking. A fastball right down the middle. I'll try and make a step towards the right direction. here for the final out in the bottom of the ninth inning. Salem-Keizer looking to get a second win in the series. As both teams will play tomorrow, the 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss and a fastball for strike two. Well, the Volcanoes currently 10 runs on 14 hits and 1 error. Eugene 5 runs on 9 hits and 2 errors. Both teams have been pretty productive on offense, but it's the Volcanoes that have just been getting more runs on the board and have been making better hits more consistently than Eugene over the course of this game. Count is full at 3-2. Cruz, the windup and the payoff pitch, that is a ball 4, and Eugene will have runners on first and second. That's the third time tonight that Ryan Reynolds has been walked. And we now go to the top of the order in Giovanni Cuevas, the 6th time around for Eugene. Cuevas is at the plate. Eugene has left at least 1 runner on in all 8 innings, and will have a chance to leave at least 1 runner on in the 9th inning as well. Cruz, the windup in the first pitch is a ball 1 under the zone and under the knees at 1-0. Malkin going up to talk to Cruz. So Eugene so far, they have left 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 runners on base through the first 8 innings. They have a chance to make that 14 if they leave runners on first and second. I'll definitely bring up thoughts of what could have been if Eugene would have had a chance, if they would have got some runners through. While Salem-Keizer, through their 9 innings at the plate, they left 7 runners on base. The 1-0 pitch, a fastball, 1-1. A foul ball past the first base side, a ripped shot. Now gone to the 3-hour 30-minute mark. First pitch was a minute ahead of schedule at 7:04. Now it is 10:34 p.m. and a 3.5-hour start time. This is coming after yesterday's game lasted 3 hours and 24 minutes. A ball and a strike. Cruz to wind up in the pitch. That is a soft chopper down the third base side, and Cruz once again is 1 strike away. This time a ball and 2 strikes. As Salem-Keizer definitely having a huge offensive victory here in the second game of this series. And the 1-2 pitch that is inside, that is a slider, 2 balls and 2 strikes. As for the Volcanoes offense, all but 1 hitter got a base hit, and that was Jairo Pomares. All but 1 hitter has gotten on base, and that's Jairo Pomares. And all but 3 hitters have scored, and that is Aldretti, Malkin, and Wyatt. The 1-2 pitch, that's a fly ball to center field. Canario is under it, and the Volcanoes will win the second game of this 4-game series here at PK Park. No runs on no hits, no errors. They left 2 runners on base. The final score here is Salem-Keizer 10, Eugene 5. We're going to take a break here. Start Salem-Keizer Volcanoes postgame. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
No dental insurance coverage? That is no problem at Northwest Dental Arts. This is Dr. Jennifer Frankel inviting you to take a look at our in-house dental benefits plan. After payment of an annual fee, you receive 2 dental cleanings, 2 exams, and any necessary x-rays. Those enrolled in the plan also receive 30% off of any other dental treatment they need, such as fillings and crowns. There are no waiting periods and no limits. Call us today at 503-463-4663 or find us online at smilesthatshine.com. That's smilesthatshine.com.
The game may be over, but we're not done yet. It's the post-game wrap-up, presented by Chevron Extra Mile. Now, here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here from PK Park in Eugene, Oregon. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have just won the second game of this 4-game road series against the Eugene Emeralds by a final score of 10-5. Here are the final statistics here from Eugene. Salem-Keizer 10 runs on 14 hits, 1 error. They left 7 runners on base. Eugene 5 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors, and they left 14 runners on base. They've left at least 1 runner on base in every inning tonight. The winning pitcher was Ben Madison. He gets his second win of the season at 2-0. The losing pitcher is Brad Depperman, who has a record of 0-1. Ben Madison also getting his first blown save of the season, while Israel Cruz brought his ERA down considerably to 4.81, but also gets his 5th save of the season in a game that lasted 3 hours and 31 minutes and had an attendance of just over 3,600 people at 3,612 people in attendance. This was a very wild game, very similar to what we saw yesterday, except this game had way more offense. We start off in the top of the second inning. Salem-Keizer getting a run on the board on a wild pitch by Josh Bergman gives the Volcanoes a 1-0 lead. Eugene tying it up on an RBI single by Ryan Reynolds. And Salem-Keizer taking a 4-1 lead in the top of the third. A 2-run home run by Alex Canario, his 9th home run of the season. And a run in the top of the fourth on an RBI single by Tyler Wyatt. But this is when Eugene started trying to get a comeback going. They scored a run in the bottom of the fourth on an RBI single by Josue Uma. In the 6th inning, an RBI single by American. In the 7th inning, or my mistake, in the 4th inning, it was a solo home run by Washer. In the 5th inning, it was the single by Uma. In the 6th inning, it was the single by American. But the Volcanoes, knowing that Eugene's trying to come back here, they score 4 runs of their own. First on an RBI single by Canario, his 3rd RBI. And then Carter Aldretti, his first hit of the night out of nowhere. It's a 3-run home run, and the Volcanoes lead by a score of 8-4. Eugene would score a run in the bottom of the 7th inning on another wild pitch. This one by Ben Madison made the score 8-5. But in the top of the 9th inning, the Volcanoes will get a couple of runs on the board on an RBI single by Carter Aldretti and an RBI single by Matt Malkin, who finished 3 for 3 on the night before he got gunned down between first and second base. And the Volcanoes now with an overall record of 44 wins and 28 losses, a second-half record of 18-16, while Eugene now has an overall record of 31 wins and 41 losses, a second-half record now of 15-19. As the Volcanoes will get ready to try and win the series here tomorrow, Kervin Castro will take the mound against the Emeralds tomorrow. Again, first pitch at 7:05 with pregame KYKN 1430 KYKN starting at 6 o'clock. We're going to take a break here from PK Park in Eugene. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 2377. 5701.
If you're looking for an affordable, incredible family vacation, there's no more majestic, magical, adventuresome country anywhere like the great western United States. Hello, I'm Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. We're Shiloh proud to still be offering 4-star accommodations at affordable 2-star prices where you can enjoy deluxe smoke-free suites, spacious pools, spas, steam and sauna rooms, and fully equipped fitness centers. Enjoy it all, from free Wi-Fi in every room to a free continental breakfast or full hot delicious breakfast at most Shiloh Inns. And unlike the big hotel chains, there are no hidden fees. Even the kids stay free. And Shiloh Inns are dog-friendly for your best friend. For reservations, call 800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohinns.com. Shiloh Inns, affordable excellence. American family-owned and proud of it.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and one of the things we have that is absolutely stunning is our amethyst cathedral geodes, and we have them starting at small amethyst pieces for just $10 up to our large geodes, and they're called amethyst cathedral geodes, and they're purple in color and they come from Uruguay and they're just beautiful. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from PK Park in Eugene, Oregon. The Volcanoes have just won the second game by a final score of 10-5. The Volcanoes one step closer to trying to get that second half title, although they are still trailing by 3 games back. By 3 games with 4 games left, the chances are pretty slim, but they're still going to go to the playoffs regardless. They're going to play against Eugene tomorrow. Kervin Castro will be pitching on the mound against Chris Clark for the Emeralds. Quick recap of what has happened around the Northwest League, starting with the 2 games that are over and the other Northwest League South game. Boise and Hillsboro. Boise starting on the board first on a bases-loaded walk by Brian Quijada, made it 1-0. But in the bottom of the 4th, Hillsboro would tie the game on a RBI single by Leovera Peguero, ties it up at 1 apiece. In the bottom of the 6th inning, Jesus Mariaga with a full count walk gives the Hops a 2-1 lead. And Peguero back at it again with another RBI, this one on a double play. Hillsboro leading by a score of 3-1. Bottom of the 7th inning, Hillsboro would increase the lead and would win the game by a final score of 4-1, getting their 45th win. In terms of overall record, they are 1 game ahead of the Volcanoes. Hillsboro 45-27, Salem-Keizer 44-28. Hillsboro, they've already won. They're going to have a chance of winning the second half Northwest League South Division title anytime soon against Boise, possibly tomorrow. But the Volcanoes will still have a chance at it. They'll be very close down to the wire. A little bit of a matchup before the matchup, kind of like that, as both teams will face off against each other in the playoffs. Hillsboro with a 45-27 overall record. Well, Boise now 20 games under 500 at 26-46. And the other final score that ended, the other game that ended so far, Everett and Spokane start off in the top of the 2nd. Utah Jones with an RBI single. Everett leads 1-0. Bottom of the 3rd, Starling Joseph with the game-tying home run. His 2nd home run of the season, ties it up at 1 apiece. And Blaine Krim, who's been one of the hottest hitters in the Northwest League in the North Division, hits a walk-off single to left field. And Spokane would win the game by a final score of 2-1, with Hillsboro with 45 overall wins. And Hillsboro and Salem-Keizer with 44. Spokane has 43-29. Everett down to 34-38. There's one game that is going on right now, and that is the game between Tri-City and Vancouver. This one is wild. It's a game that started off in a 3-2 Tri-City lead before Vancouver scored 6 in the bottom of the 3rd to take an 8-3 lead. Tri-City then scored 1 to make it 8-4. Vancouver scored 1 in the 5th to make it 9-4. But Tri-City would score 6 runs in the top of the 7th, and they tied the game up at 10 apiece. They tied up at 9 apiece, and they take the lead 10-9, but Vancouver just scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th, and they currently lead Tri-City by a score of 11-10 in a very wild game over there. Jack Stronach with 3 RBIs. He has 2 for 4. Luke Becker for Tri-City. He is 1 for 3 with 3 RBIs on the year. As they're trying to get a win against Vancouver here, Vancouver has 14 hits and 1 error along with those 11 runs. Tri-City, 10 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error so far. We're going to take one more break here from PK Park in Eugene. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Ms. Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
Hey Volcano fans, Tom Marks from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Buying a house can be like baseball. First base is getting a pre-approval from a lender so you'll know how much home you can buy. Arriving at second is like finding a property you write an offer on. Third base, you've had your home inspection and negotiated repairs. Now heading home, literally your new home. Just like scoring a run in the game, you'll be elated. If you need help negotiating the basis of home buying, give me a call, 503-881-9230.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Did you know grass-fed beef is better for you? My wife and I own Oregon Valley Farm and deliver local, organic, grass-fed beef to your door. What if I told you we could deliver grass-fed beef to your door for as low as $5.50 a pound? Check out our beef box packages at OregonValleyFarm.com. Why spend a fortune at the store when Oregon Valley Farm can deliver high-quality, local, grass-fed beef? Just go to OregonValleyFarm.com, pick your beef box, and get it delivered to your door. That's OregonValleyFarm.com for the best local, organic, grass-fed beef you can get delivered right to your door.
Here's a curious question. Is it possible for an entire state to smile a statewide smile? Absolutely, but only if that state is Oregon. And only when the Oregon State Fair is up and running, which it is, soon, if not now. And you should go, no question.
If you believe the world's a better place because of monster trucks, the Oregon State Fair has you covered. It's the 2019 Monster Truck Northwest Championship at 2 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday of Labor Day weekend.
Nature isn't the only force that can leave its mark, especially when you have a tractor built to help make your property your own. The Kubota BX80 series gets any job done right. Dig, mow, haul, and comfortably maneuver in tight spaces. Get a BX80 tractor for 0 down and 0% APR financing for 60 months. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from PK Park in Eugene. The final score here from the University of Oregon campus in PK Park. The Volcanoes winning the second game in a very offensive battle against the Emeralds by a final score of 10-5. The Volcanoes getting their 44th win overall, while the Emeralds, they get their 41st loss overall. As the starting matchup, once again, Kervin Castro for Salem-Keizer against Chris Clark for Eugene in the third game. As tradition for the final segment, let's take a look at the final scores. Start off around Major League Baseball. We're going to take a look at the final scores. No games are currently going on. Sport of baseball is officially done for August 29th, 2019. You know the rest. We start off with the Major League Baseball scores. The final scores, the Cleveland Indians beating the Detroit Tigers by a final score of 2-0. Francisco Lindor hitting his 25th home run, a solo shot, while Mike Clevenger gets his 10th win of the season. The Indians getting their 79th win. The Tigers, 92 losses. 92 losses. Definitely the worst season they had since, I believe it was 2003, when they had 119 losses. It's not looking pretty over there. The Oakland Athletics beating the Kansas City Royals by a final score of 9-8. Jurickson Profar hitting a 17th home run. Jorge Soler for Kansas City hitting his 37th home run of the year, but the A's will win by 1. The Tampa Bay Rays beating the Houston Astros in a wild one by a final score of 9-8. It was a very close game all the way through, but the Rays will win in a tight-knit battle. The Minnesota Twins beating the Chicago White Sox by a final score of 10-5. Jake Cave for the Twins hitting a couple of home runs. He has 7 on the season. C.J. Cron getting his 22nd home run as the Twins will get their 82nd win of the season, as Jose Berrios getting his 11th win of the season, 11-7. The Chicago Cubs beating the New York Mets by a final score of 4-1. John Lester getting his 11th win. Victor Caratini getting a couple home runs for the Cubs as they beat the Mets by 3. The Miami Marlins walking off against the Cincinnati Reds by a final score of 4-3. Harold Ramirez, it's a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 12th to beat the Reds by 1. The Seattle Mariners beating the Texas Rangers by a score of 5-3. The Mariners taking a two-run ninth inning. The game was tied at 3. The Mariners scoring 2 in the top of the ninth. They beat the Rangers by 2. The Pittsburgh Pirates beating the Colorado Rockies by a final score of 11-8. They scored 7 runs in the first inning, while the Rockies tried to make things interesting by scoring 5 in the bottom of the 8th, but it wasn't enough as the Pirates won by 3. The Arizona Diamondbacks beating the LA Dodgers by a score of 11-5 as they scored 11 runs, 4 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and 1 in the 8th. D-backs won by 6. And finally, the San Diego Padres, they beat the San Francisco Giants by a final score of 5-3. Chris Paddock, now with a record of 8-7, striking out 8 batters in 7 solid innings, as San Diego will score 3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and will be able to hold on in the 5-3 San Diego win. So the standings now around Major League Baseball, now that the day is officially done. And we have in the American League Eastern Division, the New York Yankees, they are 11 games ahead of the Tampa Bay Rays. Still pretty considerable, with the Rays 1 game back of the AL wildcard race. The Minnesota Twins 3.5 games over the Cleveland Indians, who have one of the 2 wildcard spots. And the Houston Astros 9 games ahead of the Oakland A's, who have the 2nd wildcard spot. While in the National League East Division, the Atlanta Braves are 5.5 games over the Washington Nationals. The NL Central sees the Cubs a game and a half over the Chicago Cubs, a game and a half lead over the Chicago Cubs. And in the National League West, the LA Dodgers have leading they're leading the Arizona Diamondbacks by 19 games. There's already a number of teams that have been eliminated. You have the Toronto Blue Jays, Baltimore Orioles, Kansas City Royals, Detroit Lions, the Seattle Mariners, dang it, Miami Marlins, and Colorado Rockies. So far, those are the teams that have been eliminated from playoff contention. While in the wildcard standings, Cleveland and Oakland have the 2 wildcard spots. Tampa Bay is a game back. Boston 5.5 games back. While in the National League wildcard spot, the Nationals and Cubs have the 2 spots. Philadelphia 2.5 games back. Milwaukee 4 games. Arizona 4.5. New York Mets 5 games. You got the rest. They're all spread out, and they're all very close. So that will be it in terms of Major League Baseball. The final score here: Salem-Keizer 10. Eugene 5 from PK Park in Eugene, Oregon. This is Payne Patchett signing off, saying goodnight, everybody. You've been listening to 3 hours and 31 minutes of Salem-Keizer Volcanoes baseball on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
I'm here with Rich Kansky, owner of Green Acres Landscape. Rich, why has Green Acres Landscape been able to excel for more than 2 decades now?
Our mission to people is to provide an unequaled landscape solution to every client while respecting and protecting the environment. We talk about leaving no footprint. This is a reference to how we complete a job and how we have a positive impact on the environment. We talk about because we care. We care about the product we are giving our customer, we care about the community we live in, and we care about our employees.
And what is Green Acres Landscape doing now to continue to be the best landscape company in our community?
It starts with our continued employee retention and their dedication to our customers, community, and our company. Our commitment to education, training, and leadership enables us to provide a unique landscape solution that relates to people's lifestyles. In the end, we have a culture that cares about all aspects of our projects and surroundings.
The mission of Green Acres Landscape is to provide an unequaled landscape solution to each client while always respecting and protecting the environment. Green Acres Landscape, leaving no footprint.
Thanks for joining us for Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. Presented by Power Kia, Legacy Health, McDonald's, Les Schwab Tires, PT Northwest, Chevron Extra Mile, by Mart, Fitzpatrick Painting, and Green Acres Landscape. We now join our regular programming in progress on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening. Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Kaiser Salem.
Here's a curious question. Is it possible for an entire state to smile a statewide smile? Absolutely, but only if that state is Oregon. And only when the Oregon State Fair is up and running.